All right. Ugh. There we go. Let me reposition. Hello.
Congratulations, Wooly. You did it. You're the Elden Lord.
I have introduced Lutherians to the world. Yeah, that
No,
happened.
you don't need to do that.
That happened. Whole lot quicker than I guess was the initial. Well, called out from again that August date.
Yeah, no, so I didn't know you were in for Missoula when I was saying that. So as soon as I tuned into your stream, like the next day, I'm like, what are you doing? Oh no, oh no! Oh, I'm super wrong. Oh shit.
I enjoyed the part where, upon completion, it's like cool. All the questions are answered. There is nothing left to no stones left unturned. We walked into the boss room and Marika sat down and had a conversation with us for 10 minutes explaining all of it. And now we're caught up. And it's like,
I mean,
I never expected that. Why would you
I'm
after all this time? That'd be ridiculous, even if Grimm's involved. But I knowing that, I was hoping that what little breadcrumbs were left would still give just enough to answer the biggest glaring questions, you know?
Yeah, so I mean, it's a FromSoft game. It's quite unlikely that the boss is even going to speak to you, which it doesn't talk to you at all. That being said, I feel like this time around I wasn't left with any like vicious unknowns by the time credits wrapped. At the end of Bloodborne, I beat the Bloodborne and got to the end of Bloodborne and watched the final ending of Bloodborne and had a moment of like, what the fuck just happened?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What was the whole game? You get to the end of Dark Souls 1 and most people burst into flame and go, what? Why?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
If
Why? What?
like but and the thing is too is like if you are like Elden Ring in this case, I'm scraping through the game for every bit of
Yeah.
context and you still have massive gaping holes. Imagine just running through the mainline bosses
Oh my god,
and
dude.
then you
So,
hit, so obviously we're going to discuss the end of Elden Ring at this point because I beat it.
you
Yeah,
beat it.
but just what little you might understand from the moment some lady gives you a horse and then you walk forward a bit, fight some people, and then she's on fire.
Okay, so
Like
let's break it down. What's the speediest way
crit
to
path,
get to crit path it? It's
all rune souls,
start.
right?
No, you only need two. So it's straight to Godric, straight through, right? Don't do anything other than go to Stormvale and do Godric.
Mm-hmm.
Straight to the Academy, do Renala,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Immediately take the shortcut path into Altus, run to the front of the goddamn capital, do the capital, Morgott, then north through the giants straight to the
The kiln.
giant.
The giant, yes, the kiln.
Then Azula, then
Five,
Malekith, then the final.
7. Yeah.
And like you get who are these
Yeah,
guys?
nonsense. Absolute nonsense. um no, even if, and the thing is, just even if you did it in a more like normal way, which is not explorative but just following the grace lines,
Yeah.
you would still have so fucking little to go on. So afterwards we sat and watched a couple of Vati videos to get
Yeah.
up to speed, and that helped contextualize a couple of things, of course, but not the big ones. It's not the
Yeah,
big ones.
I feel kind of bad for Vati because In the past, his YouTube channel was, I'm gonna say, bordering on mandatory to like. I still remember back in the day when Dark Souls 1 came out, you either went to Marcus's channel, Epic Name Bro, or you went to Vati's channel
Hmm.
because they were like, what was the story of the game I just played? Right? And Sekiro obviously didn't need that. Sekiro has a fucking A to B to D story.
And lots of discussion of it. Yeah.
And Elden Ring is like yeah, there's some big questions. What's up with the 4 or 5 outer gods that you don't deal with at all?
Hmm.
But
Hmm.
like the general, like, this is the grim part of it, is like there's an understandable sequence of events that led to how most of the people got where they were.
Yes, there is an understandable sequence of events. There is a timeline with bullet points on it, and like there's a one sentence for each bullet point describing the events of what each character was doing. But like when you have to try and line up major motivations in some cases, you're left high and fucking dry. And I mean, I guess that's the way they want it for now, at least until the DLC comes out. Um, the big one for me is like the exact nature of the Radagon Marika duality is
That
so
so
important and so unaddressed.
So it's funny because you mentioned big questions. Personally, I did not find that to be a big. So my big questions are all setting and event related. They're not
Mm-hmm.
thematic or character.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the Radigan, like, there's lines of dialogue that implies that they were like separate entities,
That's
but there
exactly
are
what I'm
also
talking about. But
there are
that no,
also lines of dialogue that reference them as being alternates of the same person.
yes, that no. I'm referring to exactly that. The parts where their motivations are not the same, where they don't know the same things, where she says you are yet to become me, but also you are going to get married to yourself and you're also
Yeah.
going to create offspring with yourself. Like,
Super incest babies.
you know, it's
More
like,
incestuous than your average incest baby.
and were those incest demigods the product of outer god tampering, or was that just
Yes.
what happens when you fuck with yourself?
No,
You know?
the answer to that question is absolutely. Both of their kids are super cursed by external forces.
Of course, but I what I mean to say is it also when you make fuck with yourself, this is what
Yeah.
happens as well, even if you are a god, you know, which
Yeah.
we are also aware of. It's like, you're not a born deity. You are a
No, you were
Newman
made a
that
deity.
was chosen by the greater will, and perhaps even before that, there was a connecting force of the one great. So, you know, it's not at all this like in the beginning there was um all the gods and then like she was one of them. It's like in the beginning there was the one great, and then
Well, in
at some
the
point there was other ones, and then at some point they picked who they wanted to make like rulers, you know.
Yeah, so in the character, there's actually in the character creator, if you go to the Newman race,
Mhm.
you it's like people from outside the lands between, which has a very like Dark Souls 1 like Lordran thing going on of like, yeah, this part of the world is all magicked out to hell and it has a different set of physics and life and death function differently, yada
Mhm.
yada. But I feel like the implication is that in the wider world, like almost none of these metaphysical god shit are applying in the same way,
So
because the golden order seems to be like
it's
stuck
contained.
in
It
this
is
one spot.
contained. But I will say there's there's a difference in how each of these games treats and or gives you a feeling about the outside world. In Souls, in Dark Souls, you feel as if the outside world is normal and this place is cursed and fucked and only crazy people go there because that's where zombies are, you know? Um I feel like um in Elden Ring you're hearing about like, okay, we like whatever. Occasionally we talk about outside the lands between, but then it gives you like one blurb about the land of reeds, and it's like, oh, the land of reeds is fucked. Japan in Elden Ring is super not okay either. So you're like, huh, okay, I'm not going to assume that we are in one cursed place and everywhere else is doing fine, you know?
Yeah.
It's demons as
it's
well. You have all these different realms, and they're all having their problems too. So, yeah, you get a picture of like it's not just here.
Yeah, because to elaborate slightly on what you said about Dark Souls 1 and Demon Souls as well is very much like most of the world is doing fine, right? With Dark
There's
Souls
this
1, it's like
area.
there are undead, but it's manageable enough that we can just send them to a building, right? And then this particular area is fucked. In Dark Souls 2, it feels like it's turning. Like there's undead all over and society may have started to collapse. And then on Dark Souls 3, they literally state outright that when you look out from Lothric Castle, what you're looking at is what is left of the entire planet.
It's not
like
okay anymore.
Scraped into one spot. And then you get to the end of the DLC, and it's like, well, the world is dirt now. And Elden Ring, it's like, yeah, no, there's weird like, we're going to a different location in the DLC, and we'll talk about that later. And I feel like that own location will have its own weird shit going on that isn't necessarily associated with the tree, for example.
Maybe.
And in Elden Ring, you even have the pre-society, which was the Crucible.
Yes, the Great Tree and such, which, again, there's that was a whole thing again. That I'm looking. That's the Vati theory there. That is like, okay, yes, based on the Crucible Knights, based on the things that came before, and based on the fact that there's a whole lot of bullshitting secrecy of like, don't look at this marriage greatsword. I'm going to turn it into a golden lineage greatsword. Don't worry about what it was before. We don't talk about the old shit. Stop it. That whole vibe seems to lend credence to that theory. Also, shout outs and thanks to him as well for giving the okay for me to upload us watching his videos for the last bit, just in case that's a thing.
You know, it's one of those things you probably didn't need to do that, but it's still nice that you reached out
just
to do so
make
anyway.
Sure. And he said no problem, so yes.
But yeah, now we're in the era of, hey, Zuli and Illusory Wall, you are the people we desperately need, because there's a lot more you can get out of Godwin by removing the visual effect on his fucking model than you can from his item description.
Yo, that motherfucker had a limiter on his back, not to fuse with for power, but to get rid of it to return to his grappler form.
Yeah, it's a really... Because, yeah, Godric... Oh, I was referring to... Wait, I meant Godwin. Whatever. All these fucking God... Whatever. But, yeah, Godfrey with the lion.
Yes.
In all the fancy art, the lion is, like, perched and, like, I'm a fucking cool Stan lion. And then when you meet him, the lion is, like, actively biting him and holding his arms.
Holding it, yes. And it's like, dress up, be a salaryman, act like a king, stop it. And he's, ooh, but Hulkamania's going wild inside. Horrormania.
We've got a great detail from somebody in the chat that the Erd tree is kind of fake, in that there's a diagonal cut between the glowing, like, ethereal part of the tree and what is clearly a real tree. It's called a scion cut, and is a form of grafting.
Interesting. So grafting even has a way of working its way.
Because like the pre-society also had the primordial tree, and then the Erd,
the great tree. Mm-hmm.
Then they show up and they're like, okay, fine, tree. Mm-hmm. We'll just take it. How do you feel about getting to the end of Elden Ring and being hit with just straight up, no joke, no question, no ifs, ands, or buts, that's a alien?
So, well, okay, before that, I need to continue shouting out Gearless Joe,
Yeah.
who's like, fuck this stupid axe, fuck this tie. You know what I mean? Fuck your goddamn, I'm taking the glasses off. This job sucks. I hate it. I don't want to be king no more. And I'm gonna kill everybody, and I'm gonna get you, and I'm gonna kill my buddy because your fight is worth it. That was fantastic, and yeah, take the grab was one of the best pieces of advice I've gotten.
Yeah.
All LP.
Did you catch? And it's a minor detail in the cutscene that I didn't catch on my first run because I wasn't paying that. Yeah, it's the Graces point at each other.
Mm-hmm. You're the last one left. Mm-hmm.
And he's the last one. Like the greater will is acknowledging, no, it's down to you guys.
Dude, like that motherfucker was seconds away from just putting his hand out to his ear.
Yeah.
Waiting for the crowd to pop off, you know what I mean? Like it was awesome. And and calling in Nefeli there as well is really cool. Even if she doesn't get any extra dialogue, I'm happy she got one last piece because I like her a lot, and I was kind of just like, oh, I guess her quest just ends at Stormvale and there's nothing else to do.
Well, it used to just end at nothing. It was very unsatisfying.
Even before that, yeah. So here, it's not a whole lot more satisfying, but it is nice that she can come in and, you know, face her lineage in that moment. So that's great. And then, after Huara Mania, you go inside. You get a really fucking clean cutscene. You get the theme.
Yeah,
right?
so we talked about this a while ago. I'm not really sure if you remember,
I do.
But we were doing an email. I was like, what about when the main theme kicks in? And I'm like, oh, I got one, but I'm not gonna say it.
Yeah.
And it's like, man, the arm over the head when it hits the max crescendo at the highest point of the song.
And I don't know if the timing was just lucky, but each time I went to phase 2, the fight was right at the point where it was doing the build-up, and then like on the kill to the next cutscene, it starts with duh, you know? So I'm just kind of like, is there a thing that's musically triggered?
I mean, maybe.
To play right before it dies, that's the build-up point, because it brings phase 2 right into the quiet part, and then a fucking alien dragon with a finger for a head, where I'm looking at it like, yeah, that's the thing they've been talking about. To be fair, that is what has been described, and it is as unfathomable in its like weird shape and context as they've been hinting at. It looks like a bunch of weird goop would come out of that and become other stuff.
It's fascinating to me, and that the Elden Ring is the most fantasy game they've ever made. Like, I would say it has the most fantasy in it. The most dragons, the most knights on arm, you know, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it also has the most definitively varied set of straight up Elder God aliens in it as well. Like, you look at the Elden Beast and you look at Estelle, and you're like, those are completely different fucking life forms. There is absolutely no cross in between those at all.
Now, there was a joke that was made at some point during the exhaustion when Reggie said something to the effect of, can't wait for the final boss, ulcerated Elden Tree Spirit.
And
I was like,
don't
you dare. And then we got there.
They do, in fact, share their skeleton, I believe.
It's not that far off. Did you walk backwards to the final area where you when the whole capital is desertified, and did you walk back to the final ulcerated spirit?
I did not.
Okay.
Or did I? I don't remember.
So it's the only one that is wandering the field like an outside creature, and you walk back to the staircase and you see it, and that entire area that connects the back door of Lane Dell to the area to where the mountaintop goes, you have to walk backwards from it. When you go down the stairs, you fight that You fight the ulcerated spirit, and you run over to a talisman, and then the ground shakes and a fucking second one pops out and you fight a second one back to back. And then
Did I do that?
as
I
you
can't
wander
remember.
out of the area, the ground shakes and a third one pops out. And I go, fuck you, FromSoft. You know exactly what you're doing. This joke of a fucking enemy that's been like ridiculously overplayed, they now drop 3 in the same area as a punchline on you. There's no way it wasn't intentional. To get the it's basically the fat +2.
Oh, okay, that's all right.
Yeah.
It makes sense that the ulcerated tree spirit is now like popping off everywhere. They're weird parasites and they're diseased and you're burning their house,
Sure.
right? You're burning their fucking house down.
Sure. I
But
wonder if it's like if your lore explanation on that is like, is this a part of the crucible beforehand, or is it like, and it's that's like reacting in a just a
it's
bestial way, or is it
it's
herd related?
tough.
Hmm. Everything's tough. But that final fight it's a very like spectacle driven one, but it's like
Yes.
not as challenging. Certainly, the Radagon fight is much more like testing your reaction and your ability to recognize the attack
Yeah,
patterns
no,
and
Rad's a
such.
fucking fight.
Mm-hmm.
Like it is a throwdown against your typical antagonist. The Beast requires like platforming at one point with his fucking ring bullshit. And
Yeah. Sprint out. I will say that like, okay, dragons overstayed their welcome, as we addressed in the past before. The fucking dragon god, Dragon Lord Placidusax in
yeah.
Farum Azula is the best dragon fight FromSoft has ever done.
Oh yeah.
That thing's unbelievable. And yeah, just straight up taking your Ghidorah cues,
Oh yeah.
Shin Godzilla cues, and the attack that I missed, the nuke that fucking goes off. I stopped it right as it was. I beat him right as he was apparently like getting primed to do it. But I saw a video later of what we missed, and it's unbelievable. And I'm like, that is so refreshing for an enemy type that I was kind of tired of, So I'm really happy they had that in there.
It's this kind of fascinating thing where I've been talking to friends, and one of the bigger complaints about the game in general is enemy reuse. Right? We talked about this a little bit when you were going through Havoc Tree.
Sorry, when you say platformer, you have to jump the rings of the...
You're supposed to jump the rings as they come in at you.
I sprinted out of the aggro zone every time and rolled and dashed through the wall.
The issue with that is that sometimes you react too slow and then you have to play your jumping game. But yeah, no, there's a hell of a lot of monster reuse. Like, you go to Halig Tree, and you're mainly dealing with the same types of enemies, and ulcerated tree spirits, Erd Tree avatars, bears, revenants. Like, there's a couple that are reused too much. In particular, I was looking it up, and the demigods are like basically the only non-reused enemies in the entire game, and even then Godric gets a reuse.
He gets a reuse.
But simultaneously, and this also goes into the game's balance, like there's a lot there. That's a big goddamn fucking game.
Godfrey.
And it feels like areas were designed on the assumption that you were not going to 100% scrape every area as you went.
Perhaps that's the thought. Perhaps you would encounter a couple of the burial watchdogs. Perhaps, you know what I mean? You would see a crucible or two, which admittedly, when I got to the end and I was like, hold on, I only have one aspect of the crucible. And I fought at least 2 or 3 of these guys, and I had to go back and I found yeah, I went back and then like with the tips, I was able to go back and get the rest of the ones I was missing, which were not immediately obvious. One of which
Yeah,
is
a lot of them are quite hidden.
fucking off that ledge in Stormvale, way in the fuck nowhere, with a death drop that's not a death drop, and then obviously Tanith's Night.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, that final sequence of like, Gideon into Hoara, into Radagon, into Elden Beast is a really tight one. Those are some fun fights, man.
It's not just cool like in terms of you're escalating like a full game's worth of antagonists in like an hour.
Hmm.
Right? It's not just cool for that, but also considering the ending is purely ideological based.
Mm-hmm.
Like every person you're running into has a completely different ideology. One is, nah, keep it going forever. The other is, I'm going to go back to being king. The other is, we're just going to keep shit like this and we're going to make it perfect. And oops, I might have fucked it up. Oops. And then the last one is, I'm a fucking space monster. Do what I say, you fucking freaks.
Yeah. Also, it grabs the corpse and turns it into the sword. And you would think that's the closest direct connection to the greater will, I suppose.
I felt kind of silly when I got to Rad, and I realized that I had not noticed that his rune is all over the game, and even on the title screen is that his rune is the crisscross.
Oh
I
yeah,
had
yeah,
not
yeah.
I had not interpreted that as part of the rune at all.
Oh no, so I remember the exact point where we caught that was in the Church of Marika that is just in northern Liurnia, and you walk in and you see the Radagon statue with the crosses, and I remember we were like, oh shit, like down to that behind him. We saw one in Renala's room, we saw one in the church as well, and then yes, that's part of the rune that you see when it all comes together. Yeah, it's all related, and Marika's with the T, but
Did you see? It's easy to miss. In Malekith's arena, there is a unique depiction of the Elden Ring that doesn't exist anywhere else in the game.
no.
So it's the Elden Ring that you know, except there are just branches or tentacles that are covering the entire thing. It is like massively enlarged
Interesting.
compared
Okay.
to the normal one.
That is so because now that like philosophically you can take all the runes and put them back together along with your own interpretation of events to get your different endings and mend it that way. Seeing different types of versions of the Elden Ring sigil like it makes sense with what the story sets up. Fucking kudos and well done, well played when I was talking about my Garank theory and I was like 1 inch to the left of bullseye on that.
Yeah.
That was still, I was in the dark until we walked in the room.
Hey, Wooly, I found a screenshot of it, and I'm sending it to you now.
Okay.
So it's the existing Elden Ring with the rune art.
Yeah.
It is just drowning in extra tentacles.
Okay. Interesting.
And I remember seeing that, like, what the fuck is that? The fuck does that mean?
Yeah. That Malekith fight is the most anime shit ever.
Oh, he's great.
It's super, super good. It's a fantastic payoff.
And he recognizes if you've done his whole quest.
Right. Yeah.
Which, what a cool detail.
The bit about
I will say one thing about the Malekith fight that I absolutely despise, which is the instant that I beat it and you go back to the capital and the capital is gone. I'm like, oh great, now I get to rebeat the whole game and stop before Malekith in case there's a goddamn DLC entrance in this ash pile that I can't get to anymore.
Yeah, I'm gonna start my new save, but I think I'm gonna keep my cloud one at the decision point, just in case, you know. Because that's what I did is to go back and see the different endings.
Yeah.
Fucking awesome that the scars of the third finger stay on you after the fact.
Forever.
That shit's great. I like that. Your decision is made. And that ending is the most interesting one.
Oh, yeah.
It's easily the one that's like, because like all the others are kind of throne of want. Let's be real, right?
All the others are, listen, I have the control, and I would like to make things this way or that way or this way or that way. Or I'll let the space witch handle it.
Sure, yeah. And she wants to fucking peace out and have you be like, where is God? And she's like, oh, I'm not talking.
Oh, you went and got the fucking retranslation of that ending?
I mean, no, but the conversation we had with her in her tower where she says what she wants to do, like,
Yeah.
I didn't like I caught after the fact that there was translation issues or whatever, but in the way she was wording it, like we were able to intuit that she just wants a distant world that is like ours, where if God exists, God's not going to tell you he exists.
Yeah, she wants to remove all
You
these
know?
troubles from the land and just fuck off.
Because ultimately, the fact that, and this is what, again, it's not confirmed, and I was hoping it would be, but it's close enough to see that like every one of these gods and demigods has been given a job to do, and they kind of want their freedom, and they don't want to do what they've been prescribed, but they're stuck because that's the nature of being highborn, right? Almost like being born to like a king or a lord in old times, where you don't get to actually marry for love. You don't get to, you know, be anything but a political convenience piece.
You got to make a bunch of super babies because the space monster tells you.
So the idea of like rebelling against the greater will, rebelling against the greater order of the Erd Tree and the golden order of the Erd Tree and everything that, you know, the fingers were ascribing to you, is like you see that with Rani, and then it's just echoed in the parents as well. And it sucks because like in all the cases of the like vassal beasts, right? They're all pretty badass, like loyal, cool guys, cool beast wolfers, men. But you feel so bad because it's like, okay, so Blythe comes to his ending, which is like he fought back against it, and to the end he died, like basically saying, I'm never gonna let anything happen to her, right? Sirash, I mean, took a step forward towards you, and Hoara Mania did what it did, and that was that, you know. But even when we saw
Malekith gets it bad.
Malekith, you feel so bad for, because Malekith like did nothing wrong. Essentially, was used as a puppet, given the rune of death because, you know, that's what Marika was up to at the time, and then knowing that that he was the vassal spirit given to her that like would have to essentially, I guess, become a mindless tool of the greater will if the rebellion were to go through. She has to completely give up on him and betray him and fuck him over by stealing it from him afterwards. And it looks, and like the fact that he seals away the rest of the rune is part of the guilt plan that she wanted. You know, it wasn't like she took it or did something that caused the sealing to happen. It was his response to losing a piece of it that made him so sad that he said it's never going to happen again. And that's exactly what she needed for the rest of that to start, you know?
To be fair to, I'm down with the Ronnie plan of, you know, moving all this shit away.
Mm-hmm.
However, part of that plan unintentionally created like the worst form of undeath I've ever seen in anything.
Oh, Godwin?
Yeah.
Prince of Death tree thing. Like every waking moment
just
is agony.
An undying fucking corpse that is spreading more versions of itself like a goddamn parasite.
Like, Fia is a nice lady, except for when she's a crazy murderer, but she's a nice lady. But the fact that she's kind of ignoring the state of the fucking prince she's sitting in front of, as well as the other undeads that were, like I said, over at Agheel, that are like, please cook us, dragon. Please kill us. We can't fucking... We don't want to be like this, you know? And then every other version, and this is one of my favorite parts of the story, actually, is when I came across the you know, the area where you're up in the snowfield and the big skull laser skeletons are shooting at you,
Yeah.
and you
Right.
gotta go find the Tibia Mariner.
Right.
So when you go there and you fight him and you get the weapon that is like the signpost, right, for leading the dead off, and then there's a deathrite bird over there as well, and you're like, there's all these other methods of death that existed that have no job anymore, right?
Yeah, because the Erd Tree sucks up your soul like a fucking siphon.
So the boatman Karen is lost, just like swimming on land, like, I don't know what to do, you know? And the deathrite birds that use ghost flame to cook the corpses, they have nothing to cook anymore because everyone's shoving the bodies in the trees now. So they're out of a job.
It's this very interesting situation where in Dark Souls and in Sekiro and in Bloodborne, what you have is people who committed some kind of horrific act that inverts the natural order. Either the sin of the first flame, or cindering, right, is causing undead, or everything to do with the old ones in Bloodborne, or, you know, worshipping the centipede shit in Sekiro. But in Elden Ring, you have something that's like much worse, where the Elden Beast destroyed the existing natural order and replaced itself with its own, which then also broke.
Yes.
So you have like
Yes.
two natural orders stacked on top of each other, which are both ruined.
And all this because the code of the universe and the rules, which are not unlike the backyard.
Yes, yes. Yes, the backyard.
The Elden Ring has the rules of the universe, and it's right there. And if you want to grab it and take one out and fuck with reality, you can. That's the biggest problem, really, is that, you know, the fucking the literally the JavaScript twigs that the world is running on can absolutely be sourced and fucked with if you just
like
go grab
tearing,
it.
It's like tearing the gravity page out of your physics textbook and everybody starts to float.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah. And so this is why, though, as much as Rani's choice is an awesome one and represents a fucking solid ass future, right? But Gold Mask is the shit, dude. Because Gold Mask says nothing. All he does is spend his time staring at the equation, tracing the finger, right? Doing the gestures as the two fingers would communicate, trying to piece it together. And he's like, hold on a minute. This shit's fucked up. They're flawed. The gods are flawed. They're just as dumb as us. They're lying. The idea of this golden order is one that it's idyllic, but they're not following that. It's not adding up, right? Carry the two, put it all together. Turns out we should be allowed to read the Bible for ourselves. That's how we'll figure out what's going on. You can't just trust some random priest to tell you what's in there. Learn to read it yourself. I'ma do it, and then I'ma fix that thing, and we'll do one better than the shitty gods that failed at what they were trying to do. And Corrin shits his pants at that and goes, meh. And I have to assume that Corrin choked him out mid-calculation out of just absolute, like, crestfallen, you know, like weakness, and tried to hide his body on the cliffside over, and the corpse would not stop T-posing, so he's like trying to shove the arms down, but like it won't happen. Gold Mask dies in the T-pose, you know.
I think that
Corrin got a fucked up intro to begin with too, because they tried to burn him and all that shit, and he had his faith was pure, and, you know, all that yada yada. But at the end of the day, like, when the truth comes out and you are just like, nope, faith to the end no matter what, in this narrative when the gods are flawed, fuck off, buddy. That sucks.
I think Corhin might be like the worst of the haircut gang yet. Like
Hmm.
he's so wretchedly pathetic.
Hmm. I don't think
Like I
so.
cannot stand him.
Because original haircut was like just a fraud, where he was
Yeah.
being he was doing the thing that you hate, which is like you are the hypocrite beyond hypocrites, trying to pretend you're holier than thou. Corrin was legit, but he was so legit that when he was confronted with the breaking of the enclosure of his understanding, he shattered and couldn't handle it, right?
You know
And he
what?
survived, again, he survived persecution up until that point because he was so steadfast. Um,
Uh,
some some lore, some stories would be like that devout warrior is to be rewarded for their unshakable faith. But in this case, sorry, the gods are frauds. This is not the world where that's going to pay off.
I think I can understand. I think I know what the tipping point between our views on Corhin is, and it's very simple. I played a faith character, and as a faith character, turning in to get new spells and have him basically shit himself that anything outside divine order fundamentalism
How dare
even
you?
works.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it's not part of the divine order. But I guess I could teach you.
And that's
Oh,
why I
fuck off.
took all my spell books to Turtle Pope. Because Turtle
Hell
Pope
yeah, you
was just
did.
like, let's learn together.
Turtle Pope's so fucking cool. I love him.
I'm so glad nothing happens to him.
Yeah, he's chilling.
Like, when you come back and you see EG burning with the black flame, and you're like, God damn, that's a way to die, you know? And there, you see the corpses of the assassins around him as well. And it's like, okay, but he got a couple, though. Um,
He got a couple without standing up.
yeah. He's a step over from where he was. Now the thing is though, I guess is like, you look at what like Destined Death is, and you look at what the Black Flame and the Ghost Flame, all these things, and it's like, well, he's dying a true death and not getting like an Erdtree death. So
Right.
I guess there's that. But yeah, like it feels like such a long time ago in the LP, but like those are some nice people you roll with, and it ends up bad for just about all of them. Turtle Pope is it makes it
He's
out
fine.
unscathed. Yeah. Um.
The Elden Ring quest line is really taking the From Software quest narrative design to its upper limit, which is everyone would probably be better off having never met you.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of Fox Die vibes a little bit.
Yeah.
It is. And of course, the idea too is like, well, depending on your choices, the things are always going to go bad for some of them. But like, even if you lean into like, let's say like Vare and Moog and all that shit, it's like, or the Three Fingers. It's like the moment you go, let's say you take Shabriri's advice, and you go,
Right.
you meet the Three Fingers, and then it grips you, and you're like, all right, he should be happy. Let's see Chaos take the world, and you go back to him, and he's out. He's just gone, and like you get the rags of Jura, because like it seems like the power of frenzy is what kept his spirit alive in the world to begin with, and now that's
Yeah.
gone with you. So even following through on what these people want sometimes is like leading to tragic ends, which of course goes back to the soul bit about people satisfying their wants and thus hollowing out, right? Jar Alexander, you didn't have to swing, right? But you knew he
Yeah.
wanted to. He's been telling you the whole time that like he wants the greatest warriors inside of him. So it went the way it went, but he could have easily have been just a G all the way through to the credits. Hopefully the Jar Baron gets a little more love in
Oh,
the DLC.
people are pointing out that Shabriri will help you fight Godfrey if you're madnessing it up.
What? That's wild. Okay. Damn. You can summon him back anyway.
That's
Interesting.
great because that's the
Interesting.
moment where he's like, "No, we got to do this. We got to do this madness thing. We got to burn it down."
Where did you end with Patches?
It, the where I ended with Patches is me with a save file in which they kept patching in more patches. When I was playing the game, he never even went to the shaded castle. You finished the Volcano Manor quests and talked to him, and then he just disappeared from the world. That's
Okay.
where I ended up with Patches.
So yeah, you go back. He's in Shaded Castle. Gives you the item, right? Doesn't do anything. Doesn't convince Tanith to turn her to turn away from eating Rykard, and then Patches dies, right? And then I'm looking at it, and I didn't see it, and Reggie's looking at it. He didn't see it, and motherfuckers are like, he's still breathing. He goes, ugh, and slumps over, and he's still breathing. And then you reload your save, and he's gone. You walk back to the fucking first cave you ever meet him in, and you open up the treasure chest, and he attacks you again. And the whole sequence starts, but then he goes, wait, hold on a minute. What? Is that you? You know, and then he stops.
Yeah.
And then he's like, yeah, I guess in the end, all that adventuring was, you know, it got a bit highfalutin for me, so I'm just coming back to my roots kind of thing. And he just sets up his shop back in the cave, and, like, Patches has a perfect loop.
Okay.
It's great. It's great. Absolute perfect for someone like that. Anyways, yeah, very cool. I will say as well that something else that I'm kind of kicking myself a little bit for not at all thinking of the connection, but this was again pointed out in a recent Vati, was the very cromulent theory that the falling star beast, right, falls and then grows into the full-grown falling star beast.
Oh, that's been like, I'm not gonna say confirmed, but like they literally have named life cycles in game.
We completely missed that in you know, trying to draw connections. And then yeah, evolution of falling star full grown is the rock spitter, you know, where the skull comes out and it's got the same mandibles, and it's like, oh yeah, totally. And
then there's the immobile one.
That's what I mean, right? Yeah, the rock spitter, right?
Yeah.
And then like that's just kind of in its cocoon form, its metapod form, you know. And then you go down to fucking Astel, and hey, look, it's a Butterfree. You know.
Well, not quite.
It's a Butterfree.
What's interesting is that one of the things Azuli pointed out is that the insects that come out of the rot that appear to be like literally born from the rot, and the rot predating the events of literally everything in the entire game, look like termites. Which
the pests.
the ones that shoot that fucking like Macross thing.
Mm-hmm.
They look like termites. And personally, so do kind of Estelle.
Yeah,
like
they're
also
insect-like.
kind of look like big evil termites.
They're insect-like, absolutely. They definitely are. Fuck, what was it? Oh, and speaking of the rot as well, the bit about the butterflies is pretty solid. It's like you got a butterfly that's a rot butterfly. It's the Aeonian. That's obviously
right.
Malenia. You've got the Michaela butterfly, which is nascent and like always childlike, always, you know, in that same curse. And then the smoldering butterfly, which is just on fire, hanging out by the flames whenever you find them. And it's like, okay, who catches on fire? The other one with the M name, who says that her mother is stuck in the Erd tree. Okay, yeah. So Melina, it's not just a matter of playing word games again with Malenia and Melina. It's also...
No, she is likely a third or fourth
She's one
child.
of them. Yep. But just wants to follow through and be your stand-in maiden as her. As
she
her
doesn't
desire.
even refer to herself as a finger maiden.
No, she says I'm not.
Have you? Yeah, it's like She's a different thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And the other thing is that her eye tattoo has 3 fingers on it, whatever the fuck that means.
Oh. Hmm. She hates it when you follow that route,
Oh,
though.
he
So
really doesn't like it at all.
you kicked the horse, and now you're gonna fucking get it. Yeah. Anyways, fantastic, awesome, and definitely gonna, as I said in in the video, gonna need a breather before we jump back into Souls LP. Not jumping into DS2 right away. Gonna have to
Yeah,
come back
I
around to it.
finally started my second run of Elden Ring for realsies like last night, and that was after like 4 months, 5 months away from the game. Like it needs some serious fucking breathing room.
Yeah, I mean, it was an extremely enjoyable experience, but I need a very fresh take, and I feel as if, especially going backwards at this point, is gonna feel extra rough. So, taking that breathing room, but
It's. I'll tell you one thing about it though is that depending on what kind of second run you want to make, boy, you can fly through that fucking game, man.
mm,
You go, hey, I want this weapon and I want this weapon art, and you fucking grab whatever normal ass thing you want to use, and you just ride your ass over to the Bloodhound step and get it, and then just drive that horse up through whatever boss you need to go and get whatever item you need.
I think whenever I do it, I think I'll do like something probably arcane-y, just to see how weird that gets, and probably a lot more multiplayer focused.
So I'm in a weird state in that I went through with a strength faith build the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm actually going to go through with a faith build again, but probably more towards like quality or dex. And the reason why I'm doing that again instead of going for something more different is that literally every patch that came out after I beat the game took every spell that I wanted to like but was trash and fixed them.
Mm.
So there's a lot of spells in Faith in which you get into an animation lock and do a huge fucking spell, and any arrow would just plink you out of that no problem, and they all got armor.
Okay.
Like they all became faster. They all got more damage.
Interesting. Um, Balances will surely get addressed again when DLC drops, so we'll
I don't
see.
I think anything that's in the main game right now is going to get changed from now on. I think it's mainly going to be adding new stuff that mixes it up, like some talisman that inverts your type damage type, or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. Um. Anyway, fucking cool shit. Happy to finally get there, and not dissatisfied with what we got when we finally did get there. I'm also like, I'd be really curious to see, not that it would, I feel like we're ever going to see it, but like just what Grimm's notes were, you know? I would love to see his like manuscript almost for just like the the world building process. I wouldn't want a novelization. I would just be curious about like, his overall bird's eye view of the setting and like how they went about like being like, okay, like we need a cool guy here. He's gonna fight you. He's gonna have 2 phases. What are we doing? And then it's like, oh yeah, or like the idea of like because I know that there's some stuff, because we're going to talk about one of the things that came up today was like when you grab the 1.0 version of the game, for example, you can see different moves, different tech. Malenia used to have extra moves and used to be way more aggressive on the disc version of the game.
Really?
Yeah, and so someone was able to basically go in and like get her behavior to be what it used to be. So the big thing about that, this is one of the stories, but Waterfowl Dance was originally called Malenia's Blade, and
Right.
there was a second attack called Waterfowl Dance, which was a grounded 4-hit version, not 4-hit, 4-sphere Judgment Cut version of the aerial one, but it was grounded and just moved aggressively towards you. So she had two of them, and they had no life threshold, so she would just do them whenever she wanted frequently.
That's too much.
Insane. Absolute madness. And the damage was the same, like, you get caught in it, you're dead type thing. She also had she had her behavior, she did the run up and kick a lot less. And she could block
With what?
her sword.
Okay.
She would put the sword out like Sekiro style and block your attacks after she was vulnerable sometimes, and that was it. It was ridiculous. It was the most batshit like, they wanted her to be stupid, and what we got, stupid as it was toned down.
That's just silly.
She,
I'm now going to be looking at this. Oh,
yeah,
there it is. Yeah,
yeah.
there's Waterfall Dance. Holy shit, on the
Yeah.
floor.
She could block, and she could, and it was like, when you fight a boss with a big shield, it tells you, hey, sometimes they're gonna block your attacks, whatever. But someone like that, you're expecting, like, no, you swing on her, counter hit, you get her to stagger, you do what you can. Nuh-uh. Sometimes, too bad. And after and you know, like, it was a part of her behavior. Occasionally, there's those little clash moments, but this is, yeah, she was wild. She was beyond wild. So, you know, you can go back and see that
Wow,
style
just
behavior.
you'll block a hit and then dash away.
Yep. Fuck you.
Fuck
No hit.
that.
No hit. Anyways, Elden Ring.
That doesn't even,
pretty good.
like, the thematic consistency of her being the toughest shit in the world, but she tanks hits like a fucking, like, level 1 hollow, and that every normal hit just puts her in the right? Like, that was appropriate because she's the best swordswoman in the world, but she's just riddled with super space cancer.
Yeah. That shows you where their heads were at with the fucking balance, and it's like, if it's optional, then, like, too bad, fuck you.
Well, we put all these tools in the game, and you don't have to do it. Therefore,
throw another 1,000 hours on my playthrough. Good times. All right.
yeah, that game was a great goddamn experience. I'm so happy that it ended up being as good as it was after stuff like Cyberpunk and shit like that. Like, that would have been just a fucking knife to the gut.
It would have deflated the hype of what has been a banger ass, not franchise, series of games, I'll call it. You know,
Let's say anthology.
sure, because they're all good. They're all good so far. Like, even Dark Souls 2, which is the least of them because of it doesn't live up to their standard, is still a very cool, fun video game.
I still remember the year it came out. We got to the end of the year, and I'm like, I've never been more disappointed in a game. Everything about it is worse than Dark Souls 1. I'm just so miserable about how it's not nearly as good. I can't stop playing it. I've beat it multiple times. It's the game of the year.
And I don't strictly include Sekiro in that list. To me,
You should. It's
Yeah.
right there.
yeah. It's hybrid, but it is structurally, I guess, the corpse running aspect and the boss fight. Yeah, it's
So,
structurally there. It's pretty, but
recently
like
watched
the character selection restriction though is
Yeah.
so aggressive, you know, by comparison.
So I went and I watched a video by Noah Gervais, who does like long form video essays, and he did one on the FromSoft catalog. including one. He did one on Dark Souls, and he did one on the other ones,
Mm-hmm.
which is Bloodborne, Sekiro, and Elden Ring.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of correctly figured out that like Sekiro is taking that kind of formula and boiling it fucking super down. You have a named character, you have one weapon, and it is indeed going to focus narratively on no, you are going to fight your fucking ass off. And there is no difficulty selection in terms of maybe if I go somewhere else and get stronger, maybe if I go somewhere else and try a different technique. It's no, you're gonna fucking do it or you're gonna fucking cry and die. And
Mm-hmm.
Elden Ring is the opposite of that.
Mm-hmm.
Elden Ring is the 100% polar
Find
opposite.
your own way.
So like Dark Souls would be the center of this, and Sekiro and Ring would be on the opposite ends of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Like Elden Ring is kind of like hilariously easy in hindsight, because anytime I ran into anything that was really genuinely too tough, I just turned my character 70 degrees and just went into another random direction
way.
until I found something that I could deal with.
Yeah. I mean I'm gonna take note of the character rigidity more than like perhaps others might, because of how much I love custom characters and how much I love the ability to like pick my own build and such. So, you know, not to say that like, yeah, of course, like every game that is like this needs to be that, but it is part of what I kind of felt, I suppose, hamstringed by. But if this wasn't based on my expectations of other things they had made prior, I wouldn't have those expectations. So, you know, anyway.
Well, it made a lot more sense back when it was literally called Tenchu.
Tenchu, yeah.
But even then, Tenchu was a fucking stealth game. It was not a fight your goddamn ass off against some like fucking Sekiro might as well be FromSoft makes Ninja Gaiden.
Sure. And Neo is the actual Samurai Souls experience when it comes to like, you have a named character that is doing plotline things, but boy can your
boy can you pick up a lot of useless garbage off the floor.
And your
boy,
sure, but your character can be very, very different accordingly. In Neo 1, that is to say. Neo 2 is a whole other bag. All right, moving on though. I'll just take it because a lot of things happened this week. So hit the credits on Elden Ring. Good shit. Then as a result of that, well, maybe just the amount that I've been using it, but one way or another, I don't know about you, but I am now on my 4th DualSense controller. The 3 that I bought all have had issues, and as of like a day or two ago, on when we played Multiversus, essentially, took note of another problem. So these DualSense controllers, just a warning that if you use them a good bit, and we did have this issue. I remember when like PlayStation 2 controllers were like, we were using your PS2 constantly, right? Like it was just a regular thing. The first controller I got, the first DualSense, I ran into a problem where the dead zone on the stick just started going off. So basically, the if you tapped up on the left thumbstick, it would continue doing an up input. Sucks. Just caught that. I was like, okay. So then the second controller I got was fine, but I noticed that after some amount of time, the USB-C slot up top, if it's wired and plugged in, sometimes the wire, if it just nudges a little bit, it would then cause a disconnection to occur. Right?
Yeah, I've had that.
So that the port is loose up top, it can get loose really easily from just regularly plugging in your controller. If you're using it wirelessly most of the time and only charging it while plugging in, you probably won't run into this problem. But if you use it plugged in regularly, it's going to happen. And then the third controller I got, where I was trying to be avoidant of that port issue, also went back to having a dead zone issue as well. So, um, basically, this is Gen 1, but really they've had years to perfect working on controllers. It sucks, but I'm on my fourth fucking DualSense now.
I
And
think
they're
I'm
not
on my.
cheap.
I think I'm on my fourth as well. Um, I have not had any of those issues. What I have had is I had one of the triggers, just whatever mechanism is on the inside, just
Oh,
snap.
blew up. Yes, I forgot. The first controller also had the R button blow up on it. Completely
Yeah,
forgot that happened to it too.
I've
Yep.
had it snap, and I had one where one of the buttons just like it didn't get stuck all the way in, like I couldn't get it out, but like my square button, I would press it, and then it would like it stay stuck in for multiple seconds and constantly trigger the sensor the whole time.
Mm.
And it's like, yeah, no, these are my favorite controllers to
They're
use.
great to
They're the
feel
most
like when they
comfortable, and
work.
I love them.
Hmm.
They are super weak and built to die.
I salvaged the Dead Zone ones by, if you use them on PC and you get DS for Windows, then you can turn the Dead Zone aggressively off and
Yeah, you
like
can. Yeah.
make it work as a kind of normal controller again. Or like if I'm playing like DNF or something where I'm on the pad anyway, the stick doesn't matter, so I can just turn the stick off entirely, and that'll fix the problem, quote unquote. But the options for getting it working on PC to begin with are still kind of like, they just put out their drivers. They now allow you to download a PlayStation updater on your PC, but you don't have all the options. Again, DS4 Windows has to do all the heavy lifting for you. And if you want to wirelessly connect it, which you can do because you can use it as a regular Bluetooth device, it'll connect. But then if it gets connected without proper drivers, it's not going to be detected as an actual like controller by Windows. It'll just be a Bluetooth device. So it's just like, I hate that these controllers, like you said, they're comfortable, they feel good, I want to use it, but it's just, we're back to that mid-aughts era of like, time to stock up, I guess, because we're gonna
Yeah.
burn through these things until they fix the build and make it more sturdy.
I'm in this weird place where I want to get if they have one, a clear plastic PS5 controller, specifically because in my experience, clear plastic controllers, the clear plastic is made out of a different plastic
Okay.
that actually retains its like how do I put this? On a PS5 controller, there's a certain grit to the exterior that wears down over time.
Mm-hmm,
PS4
mm-hmm.
controllers were the same. The plastic ones don't have that. It actually is made of a different material, and they tend to be a little bit more durable as a result. I'm not sure if this is my brain going nuts
Hmm.
on it, but I've had a much better run with clear plastic ones because they use a different mat.
I feel a texture difference, certainly, but yeah, I never noticed that though. What I will say is, though, in comparison, I've been through a lot of Xbox controllers over the years, admittedly
Yeah.
as well. But like, my first Elite controller finally like broke the other day when like and it wasn't even that it broke; it was just the grip at the back, which is like the rubbery part.
Yeah.
That part like came off of the controller, and
Ew.
yeah, it just like that piece just like disconnected. Uh, in most cases, it's all one piece anyway, so that wouldn't happen. So this is just like part of the Elite's fancy build is having this extra thing that can come off. But it lasted quite a bit there, minus the thumbstick magnetic aspect when. Like that would fall off pretty easy at some points when the magnets got a little bit weaker. That was a little
Yeah.
questionable. But anyway, so just, yeah, a little warning about the PS5 controllers if you are using them. And
That's a bummer.
I bought one of the color ones. There's the red, and then there's like the purple and stuff, like all these the newer ones. I'm hoping that getting a newer color version of the controller is an improvement over getting a launch white
Okay.
one.
Well,
Yeah.
let me tell you,
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
As somebody who has the red and purple ones in their hand right now, the red one I've kept the longest and has done the best by far. It's still like day one goodness. The purple one, for whatever reason, the top right of the big middle touchpad, if I leave it long enough, when you go click on it, it has to click in a little bit more, but it
Okay.
doesn't fail any button presses. It's just a little weird foible. Stop
Yeah.
telling me it's blue!
No, 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 no,
Stop
no,
it!
no, 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 no. Now, everyone, I bought this controller yesterday. On the box it comes in, it says purple.
It says Galaxy Purple.
It says it on the box. I bought it yesterday and read that. There's a blue one that's lighter, and the GameCube discussion, we'll do that all day with the indigo shit. But I absolutely that's what it is, you know? Oh boy.
Anyway, yeah, no, the red one has done me fine, but I mean, these are anecdotal, right? The issues are per unit.
But I'm hoping for that thing, almost like, you know, N64 era, where it's like, yeah, give me the fucking banana yellow N64 controller. Hopefully it's built a little bit better because it's a later generation one than a launch one, you know?
It absolutely has been my experience that whenever you buy a Sony controller in particular, you absolutely want the newest color they have come out with, because you're unlikely to get a version 1 version of the controller that's been sitting in the back for a time.
Anyway, so just a little heads up about that. Okay, other things going on. I, as a result of finishing off Elden Ring, have started the next game, Dead Space. Man.
So I said something last week to you that was secretly a gauge of how much you knew about Dead Space, and the answer was you didn't know shit about Dead Space, which is kind of exciting, because I said to you, get ready to play as the character with the heaviest boots in the world. And then I look at clips people are sending me, and you have discovered that Isaac, it does in fact have the heaviest fucking boots in the world.
Yeah, I'm like, listen, this game, I remember it came out in an era when getting headshots was the goal of every video game. So here they're telling you like 8 times aggressively, hit the fucking limbs. Hit the fucking limbs.
It becomes a joke. You find a goddamn gun on top of a bloody corpse, blood on the wall, cut off their limbs, and then you hear 2 different radio transmissions that tell you to cut the limbs off.
No, that's playtesting at work right there.
Yeah, absolutely. That is people shooting things in the head and not knowing why they're not dying.
That's instinctually expected. But anyway, but like with that, there's also me going, well, I don't know what else is different here. So until I know the rules, I'ma just stomp everything in the nuts super hard. And that stomp is incredibly strong and satisfying. So that goes well with my game plan.
It's strong. It's as strong as a gunshot if you can get it. It has this gigantic hitbox. The hitbox is like your whole character's width, and it's super loud. And the crunch, there's a crunch noise specific to the boot.
Yes.
It's super loud.
But the wildest and funniest, most dated thing is the fact that when you then see a regular human die and like she passes away in front of you and now it's just like a ragdolled body and you use it and then they just come apart like a fucking Mr. Potato Head, you know what I mean? Like they just like everything just shoots off of them, and I haven't seen that level of cartoonish dismemberment since 300 on the PSP.
Listen, Wooly, those necromorphs, they used to be people too.
Right. That game wastes no time just getting right into it. Does a little horror intro, starts you out, gives you the saw, go cut, and then you're immediately in just what might take 20 to 30 minutes of buildup in any other games, perhaps. You know, they're just like, nah, you're in space horror, go. Like, we're going right to it. Everything is unbalanced in the audio. There's codec calls that come in way louder than anything else happening in the game, even when you turn the volume down. Fucking ridiculous. Like, the bloom in the intro is blinding you as you pull up to the station.
We're both doing this thing right now that was inspired by you going through Halo and Arkham, and then I hopped on the idea as well. Like, hey, 2005 to 2010,
yo,
man, games were weird back then.
That era, man. But I gotta say, I'm playing it as a 360 classic on my Xbone One, XX rather.
Yeah.
And it holds up, man. It looks good. It does.
Oh, it was like absolute bleeding edge at the time. I'm not shocked
looks fantastic. The areas where you do the spacewalking and stuff like that, that's pretty cool. I didn't really know that was a gameplay element, but that's pretty cool with the 0G to it. And then your limited inventory game you're playing, reload discipline, all that shit, you know, like you're getting it hard mid-aughts right away. I like
shoot that baby. Shoot and stomp that baby.
Yeah, exactly. Again, my main experience was Dead Space Extraction a million years ago, you know. What is also fun. Game,
it feels like Glenn Schofield's in your fucking ear going, "Did you fucking see Event Horizon?"
I mean,
I did.
I think I literally said the words. There's something like, oh, he cut off his tongue or his ears or whatever. And I think I said the words like, oh, we don't need ears where we're going. Like, it's so absolutely Event Horizon. The bit with the upgrading of weapons is quite interesting too, because I expected those cores nodes to be a limited resource that was like, holy fuck, I found a node. And it's like, no, if you've got $10,000, you can cash one out at the store constantly. But I hope what you're cashing out is something you're willing to sell.
It makes it very interesting, because you get in these situations where you're like, you know, if I sold every single health item in my inventory, I could totally get another node.
Mm-hmm. And I have to say that Osmosis has also, while it's my first time playing this game, it's affected like me, because right away when I got my shit, I'm like, okay, you have now unlocked flamethrower, and I'm like, I'm not spending $11,000 on the fucking flamethrower. And I'm like, I don't even know what it looks like, but the two things I know about this game is the cutter is good all the way through. It's the X-Buster. It just does the job. And the flamethrower is ass.
So you're right. The flamethrower in Dead Space 1 is complete garbage. It is actively useless. And the plasma cutter in Dead Space 1 occupies a really incredibly specific point in space and time. A point in space and time and intent that it shares with its sister game, Mirror's Edge. Both games made by EA in the same time period, and both made as the passion project part of Riccatello's idea for EA. And that is, you think that maybe they actually wanted to make the game a certain way, but they had pushback on the team, so instead they put it in as an achievement. So, Mirror's Edge, no guns. Dead Space 1, there's an achievement for, hey man, you want to beat the whole game with just the plasma cutter?
Ooh, okay.
You should do it.
Okay.
And let me tell you,
as
somebody who has done that run through, it's not even harder than a regular run.
Mm-hmm. I
the
can see that.
gun is fucking incredible.
Using achievements to state your intentions. Interesting. I can absolutely see that, because the moment I learned how ammo worked, it was like, oh, absolutely. When you have 4 guns on you, you're picking up 4 types of ammo that are randomly generated as things drop or as you pick up items. If you've got 2, it's 2 types. Therefore, 1 type, 1 ammo, 1 gun. You know, if you just carry around 1 thing, you will always find what you need. So,
and if you consistently upgrade the plasma cutter's damage and all of its stuff, you get into a situation where you're going through the whole game, and 1 shot equals a cut.
Yeah,
every time.
I can imagine. Because I'm thinking about like Resident Evil games, and you know, those are cases where the ammo types you find are specifically chosen, right? It's all placed, set.
That you find, but not in RE4. Stuff that is dropped in RE4 follows the same logic.
Oh, what's on your case is
it's what do you got, plus what are you missing?
Okay, so is it
and then
it's evenly divided
into a randomizer?
Okay.
It's weighted by, like, if you have a ton of health items, you're not likely to get health items on drops. If you have a ton of a certain type of ammo, you're unlikely to get that type of ammo on drops.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, in this case, I that system is like, it encourages you to stick with like 2 things you like, which that seems cool so far. I've been introduced to about 4 types of weapons. The saw blade I fell in love with immediately.
The Ripper!
That thing is so cool. That is so fun to use.
The Ripper, aka the item hoarder's favorite weapon.
Oh man.
I want to cut the legs off of 6 guys with 1 shot. Excuse me.
Yeah, and now the big boot fuckers are coming out with their extra thick overalls. Like, oh yeah, really? That one space zombie just wore snow pants and like Tim's. Like, and you're just gonna have a hard time cutting through that, huh? Are we, fucker? All right, fine. I guess we'll aim for the higher up limbs. But
I do really love the in-universe explanation, which is these are not guns. These are power tools for industrial mining. Mm-hmm. Now, that being said, the plasma cutter being shaped like a pistol and firing off a very small beam, yeah, right, that's a goddamn industrial tool.
Dude, fucking force push and pull and freeze are just tools of your rig suit that people are casually supposed to use for, construction purposes and not ruling the galaxy.
Yeah, well, we gotta lifting heavy stuff all day, so I got the telekinesis thing in my rig.
Like, that's the most ridiculous, like, buy-in to the universe so far, is like god tier stand-like powers for the most mundane activities, and no one's going to be abusing them then outside of this context.
Let me tell you, man. Let me tell you, as you go through Dead Space 1, you are going to absolutely appreciate your character's mechanical dexterity with his power tools, because they throw a lot at you.
Mm.
It is absolutely Resident Evil 5 in air quotes in terms of release timing. It came out, I think, before RE5 and was absolutely like a better game as a Resident Evil game than RE5. It is a straight sequel from a different team to RE4.
That's why people called it RE5. Okay.
Yeah, because it came, and also, like, it came out a little bit before, but also I like it a lot better than RE5 because it doesn't have all the weird forced co-op stuff in it. And Dead Space 2 is a hell of a lot better than RE6.
I haven't had to think about the angle of my cut aim since Revengeance. So that's also a moment of like, oh shit, right, like which one do I want? Okay, you know what? This area I'm running into a lot of jumping spine ones. I'm going to keep it vertical for now.
Let me ask you a quick question. What are the enemies that you have fought thus far?
All right, regular necromorphs.
Your slashers. Yeah.
Regular necromorphs, the spine jumpers.
So so your slashers and your crawlers.
The crawlers with no legs. Then again, level 2 and I suppose level 3 slashers with the bigger pants on.
Yeah, they got big pants.
Stop cutting our legs.
Hurt. Ow.
And then the bugs, which was a shock because I was like, oh shit, I guess I do need a gun. Because the bugs jump me and I'm like, the cuttering is not going to do anything here.
Oh, you mean the infectors, the ones that run around and fucking turn corpses?
Well, no, like literally a swarm that jumps on you and you mash A to throw them off of you and then they die.
Oh, those little freaks.
Yeah, little swarm. I fought the baby, tentacle baby, and then the flyer winged thing.
Yeah, okay.
That jumps on the corpse.
There's the roster of enemies in that game is really good. Mm-hmm. There's 2 or 3 that are just like fucking thumbs up, great enemies of all time, standouts. But I don't think you've encountered any of them yet.
I also fought a tentacle that grabbed my feet.
Yeah, that tentacle cannot be defeated with the Ripper, which is what people were telling me happened.
Found that out real quick.
It's just not the distance on it.
The weak point is
not
going to cut it unless you shoot it out with the alt fire, I suppose.
Yeah, that tentacle's just kind of around.
The alt fire is a cool thing, of course, for each of these power tools with alt fire, including a screen clear. Give me the lore reason for a screen clear on a line gun. Sure.
Sometimes you gotta bust some rocks apart.
Yeah, no, fair. Yeah, you gotta bust the rocks and run out. Fair enough. I was hoping that they would also have angling rotation, but it's so far only the main plasma cutter does. You know?
That's why it's good. That's how they get away with having a default pistol that is just a good pistol, but it needs a gimmick. And the gimmick is that it's the one gun that you get to decide to go vertical or horizontal.
Huh. So they could have made that more of a repeating gameplay mechanic, but instead it's like, no, this is the weapon that does it.
Yeah, the line gun's really good at firing wide.
Right. And if I want to get it to cut a room full of, morphs, necromorph legs off, like, I'm going to have to spend a bunch of nodes to get there. So I don't think I'm going to keep that around. But
you can get that thing to go real wide. It goes like 8 feet at its final upgrade. It's great.
Now, I assume if you did use the gun and shoot at the limbs long enough, eventually one would fall off, right? Or not at all?
You're referring to
railgun, or what was?
Oh, you mean the
rifle?
the fucking machine gun, like the rifle?
It's
the
a rifle.
rifle.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the rifle's fine.
Okay.
The rifle's big is for weak points, like not cutting limbs, but like weak points, and it's got excellent range because it's not shooting a projectile like some of the other ones.
The alt fire is the dumbest, most insane thing I've ever seen. Once again. It is, in a practical situation, when would a gun have an alt fire that is spin and shoot indiscriminately in 360 degrees?
Well, that's when you're fighting a bunch of space aliens and you want to kill them and they're going to crush you.
And your allies are not right behind you, so when you just hold it up and just start shooting and spraying, it's literal spray and pray, but it fires back behind the death range. Like, what the shit is that? It's insane. It's the least practical thing in the world. The pulse rifle, Death Blossom mode.
I would have actually really liked the pulse rifle to be in the game and have it just complete trash because. Like, everybody else with a gun gets fucking owned in like a second.
Yeah, just as a wooden shield in Bloodborne, right?
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Because they get just annihilated. That game's so goddamn great. And Isaac doesn't talk, not a single time.
Yeah, and I didn't know that you saw his face right away either. Like, you see him, he's just a guy.
He had a face,
he's just silent. It's like, okay. While they're arguing and bickering, he's just like, whatever. I don't know. He's got music playing in his head.
I'm just a working man.
I mean, I don't know if like people have Freemanized him over the years. I assume they
They
must have.
haven't.
Okay.
One of the weirder things about Dead Space, and you're not getting this because you're this isn't when it came out. Dead Space was like the focus of an absolutely intense effort by EA to cross media platform the game into every possible fucking format conceivable. There's an animated film, there is a
Comic.
series of motion comics,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and those motion comics were actually fairly decent. There's books. Um,
Yeah, no, the whole Church of Unitology bit going on is like that's, you got lots to do when you introduce a space cult, right? Proper space Scientology, barely veiled, is rife with asshole scientists that are like, but hold on though, don't save them yet. Let's get some data. I can see that going pretty far.
I fucking love Unitology as the space cult in that game. It's like it's all these great moments of like we're all gonna it's gonna be great, we're gonna be a rapture, and then they look over at their friends being like vored into a thing monster, and they're like
Yeah,
maybe.
I mean, well, much like Doom, it's like it's not enough that like if it was just like humanity's in space and then the monsters came, it'd be like, oh shit, that sucks. Okay, let's fight them. But then it's like humanity's in space and then the monsters came and then a bunch of fucking freaks were like, yes, cleanse us. Let us cut a deal with you. We want to be the leaders of this new hell. Like that is when you go, oh god damn it, I hate everybody now because like it brings out the worst in people while the actual monsters are in the middle of murdering people. You hate the person who sold you out more.
The one thing that going through the motion comics does a really good job of is that it's a 6 comic series that deals with the point where they find the marker up until the point where Isaac goes up. And it just delves really deep into how just having the marker around starts to make people go super nuts and like kill themselves or have violent freakouts.
Yeah, they did introduce. I mean, I'd have to go back to remember the full details, but I do remember that like Extraction and the comic inside of it introduced a lot of that backstory right off the bat. That being said, gameplay is also like again, it wastes no time, and then it's also just like, yeah, here's your map, fucking here's your Metroidvania like room. Go to this dot, click the button. There's a line that tells you which direction it's in. You know,
there's a lot of cool stuff in
perfect
that game.
for fucking LP dumb.
In particular, there's like a couple rooms in the game that are just violently oppressive, but don't have any danger. They're just audio visually like attacking you in terms of like high grade, scary, like stress stinger noise. And there's they have the 0G, which is actually like still probably the best 0G mechanics.
No, I'm gonna see
I'm thinking it too. I'm sorry, I'm thinking it too.
Okay, well, I'll see what you're saying, and I'm gonna raise you, fucking Call of Duty, Advanced Warfare.
Yeah.
The space one.
Hey, guess what?
What?
Who do you think worked on that?
Oh, is that where it went? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. That space like 0G gunfighting in that COD game is fucking amazing. It was one of the coolest goddamn things ever.
That's the Dead Space guys going over to Activision and being folded into Sledgehammer Games to help with Call of Duty.
Infinite Warfare. Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy shit, space sniping and zipping up to rocks for cover and then boosting. It's really fun.
Yeah, the game is definitely a lot more interesting than its pedigree suggests. I'm thinking back as a survival horror game. There's a couple interesting tricks that they pull in that game that I think are unique to that game. Like completely unique to it. Which is fascinating.
In 2 or in 1?
In one.
In one. Okay.
There's at least one scare attempt that I believe it's the only game I have ever played that has tried to scare you in this manner.
I do remember. So this I do recall because of again the other things that have been talked about over the years. I remember the discussion, and yes, I am fully aware that I am not going to unpucker at every save room. I remember I was told about this. Reggie doesn't know how.
I must have told you about that like 10
a million years ago. Yep, and I remember.
Yeah, no, there's
because I'm like that. It was such a betrayal of trust.
Enemy. The instant you touch the table, an enemy spawns behind you and attacks you as you're coming out of the animation.
The betrayal of trust on that, when you told me that, was so egregious. I remember to this day that somewhere that happens. But again, Reggie doesn't know, so we'll that'll be fun.
Yeah, it's mean, right? That's against the implied rules
Geneva
of the way
Conventions.
a game works.
Like, how dare you? Yeah. Tried at the fucking Hague for that shit.
That game's great. I love that game.
Yeah, so having a good time with that. We got the first session recorded. Gonna do another one this week. And then upon completing Mass Effect, we have started Mass Effect 2.
Doesn't Mass Effect 2 feel like a real video game by comparison to Mass Effect 1?
I'll say this, and I'm looking at Legendary Edition, so I don't know how much the visual stuff is improved and such, but like...
It's not. Mass Effect 2 barely got touched. Mass Effect 1 got a significant cleanup.
The glow-up is strong. The glow-up is very, very strong right off the bat, and the big set piece it opens on is like waving. It's
great.
Waving the money in your face, showing you like, hey, we're spending the money. But also, like, here is like 3 or 4 celebrity voice actors in like the first half an hour. You know, you got your Steve Bloom immediately into what's his name, old man, Martin Sheen. And then Martin Sheen right into Trinity.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
man,
okay.
Martin Sheen is like Martin Sheening all over that game.
He's like he I don't think you hear him, like, he does not pronounce the H in humanity. He says humanity.
Yeah, that's
he's just old man voicing it. Yeah, good old Timmy. And so that is a very interesting start as well. So with that, and I'm curious as to I'm curious as to your input on this. I want to know what you think.
Okay, hit me.
So, I announced long ago that we're gonna be. I wanted to start Mass Effect 2 because I never played it. Originally, I was gonna play that with Little V. But since we're not doing that, I kind of went, oh, okay, here's an opportunity. Reggie's going to jump on for part 1, and then I'll jump on for part 2, and that way I can play it, and Reggie will get up to speed and not be lost.
You played Mass Effect 1 near-ish its release, right?
Exactly, yeah, way back when. So as a result of that, Reggie's insanity in playing has created a very unique, wild run of this game. Which understandably folks are like, oh, we really want to see it go through to 2, but I'm like, I really want to play this game. I've wanted to for a long time, and I don't want my first time experiencing it to be side saddle. I think that's an understandable thing. Like, we only played it so that I could do this, right? So I'm taking over and I'm continuing, and and I also wanted a really great opportunity to get a different Shep in there so that we can see like what the Jen Hale readings are like and what that
totally
version of the
different
game is.
You could probably already tell. You could probably already feel it.
I played FemShep in my run originally back in the day.
It's crazy, right? It's like a completely different fucking character.
Good. I've never seen the male Shep one, so that contrast I thought was really cool. Blue Shepherd has been introduced to the world.
Of course. All right. Of course.
Right.
Of course.
So that being said, right, I already kind of knew that going into this, there was like, it sucks because if I had just played it, went right to 2 and whatever, we wouldn't be in the situation. But there's like a bit of a damper in the air as a result of like not continuing the same save file over from some folks.
Okay, so I need details on exactly what is happening here. You played Mass Effect 1 yourself off camera in the near recent past?
Not near
and you're
recent.
carrying Oh, this is your ancient file?
No. Well,
Okay.
I played.
What are you carrying forward here?
I'm carrying forward. So, okay, basically, I was going to just create a new character in
Right.
Mass Effect 2 and then do the quick
Oh,
selection, right?
Yeah, okay.
So, I have learned a lot about Mass Effect's like back, save stuff going on that I didn't know of. I was kind of just gonna
do anything you goddamn want with that shit.
So I was just gonna go forward normally. But what I found out was that if you just create a quick character with the past of the quick selections in Mass Effect 2, it
doesn't actually flag any of the good shit.
Every side quest that you've completed in 1 will not exist, and those people won't be in the game, and you'll miss out on that content. That sucks. So, basically, because of that, right, Asuna, who's been, again, really helpful, has... and helped out with the KOTOR 2 experience as well, basically said, I can make you a like hacked save file for all those choices so that you don't miss out on those characters.
And did you tell them what the choices that you wanted were for each thing? Because
precisely.
Okay, so I fully support that 100%. There is, how do I put this? Oh my god.
So there's more, but go on, because there's other stuff.
Do you remember the Matriarch's writing quest?
Dillanaga's writings found in a Publisac was one of the intros, one of the titles of an episode.
Okay, so that carries through, and there's a quest you can only complete in Mass Effect 3 if you completed that in 1 and carried it forward.
Very interesting.
Like, it's you are discovering what might be the best player retention technology I've ever seen in my life, which is Mass Effect 1 and 2 come out, and there's the suicide mission and all that, and everyone suddenly discovers that if they want to do Renegade or Paragon or any variation, what they need to do is go back and like 100% each game multiple times.
Yikes.
In order to ready save files up for what they want to do in 3. And then when 3 came out, it's like, is it the end of the world that you didn't get all of the Matriarch's writings? No. Do you feel super, super great that somebody goes, oh, I'd actually need this stupid old Asari writing, I'd never get it, and you get to go, actually...
Okay. Well,
I picked up a couple some years ago.
So, I mean, the thing is I would assume, though, that like when you're building a series forward, you're going to go back and try to make little, hey, remember this hook, that hook, little bits and pieces. So, that is stuff that, so I basically went, okay, mirror the choices that were done in the LP for the most part, and here's a couple things I want different, right?
Okay, so... Yeah, Mass Effect 3 is a fascinating game. I think we might have briefly mentioned it, called Shepherd with No Friends or something like that, an LP series in which somebody goes through Mass Effect and just tries to make as few friends as possible and kill everyone they can kill and all that. Mass Effect 3, under those circumstances, completely falls apart. Like, the game's plot doesn't even really make sense anymore.
Well,
and as a result, it's this weird thing where it's like Paragon or Renegade are absolutely, totally viable options no matter which you can, except for the fact that Paragon Shepard has so many more people to hang out with in all these tribute moments and action sequences and parties, and has all this extra custom dialogue for when you're hanging, like,
well, even finding out about how, like, since your dialogue options are no longer hooked up to your charisma attributes, like your intimidate and your charm. It's now just going raw off your power gun and renegade. That means that mixing and matching or not sticking to one is gonna punish you, right?
Yeah, it's crazy how people were like, I don't know about this dialogue system in KOTOR 1.
Yeah.
And every game they ever made after it was like, no, pick one.
Right.
Pick one.
That sucks because in Mass Effect 1, that like insane fucking seesaw Shepard was like, it was interesting to see how it plays out when you can just jump from one to the other. In this case, I've heard that Legendary Edition actually allows you to be a little more flexible. So
it is a little cleaner, it's a little calmer. I think what happens is there's a skill, there's a level up skill that you can get which juices your Renegade and Paragon points by some percentage.
Oh yeah.
I feel like it's whatever your class skill is. I feel like that got buffed to be a little stronger.
Mm-hmm.
And they toned down a lot of the thresholds. Probably, and you only get to this when you get to 3, but by far the biggest change they made to 3 was mechanically, and what happened was that you have to have your war readiness above a certain number. You're basically building up the Dragon Age, like, get everybody together kind of thing in the background. But there weren't enough points to get the really good ending inside Mass Effect 3 at all until the DLC came out. So it was like, well, go play multiplayer to earn war readiness points if you really want the good ending.
Oh, boy. Okay. Yikes.
So for Legendary, what they did, because the multiplayer isn't in the fucking game, they had made it so that they added a bunch of situations where all your carryover stuff, so whether or not you hung out with somebody in Mass Effect 2 and you trust them and they'll help you out, all of those now feed into that system. Mm-hmm. And so if you were to start Mass Effect 3 raw, you're going to have a hard time getting a decent ending.
Gotcha.
But if you actually went through the series and even attempted some form of completeness, you end up like kind of drowning in points by the end of it.
Mm-hmm. Now, hearing a lot of people saying the multiplayer is good, though, is like, that's cool, but that's not the point.
The bummer. Yeah.
That's not the point. The point is that you shouldn't have to jump out of your single player.
The bummer, though, is that like people, when they saw Legendary Edition, were actually excited to go back to playing that multiplayer, but since the multiplayer wasn't going to be monetized the same, they didn't include it. But like Mass Effect 3's multiplayer was actually great because you got to play as a Solarian. You got to play as a Krogan. You got to play as almost every alien race that you could think of.
Okay. Almost like in Metal Gear, where you can like play as the different types of soldiers and stuff as well. Yeah. Interesting. Okay.
Like there were Volus that you could fucking play as in that multiplayer.
Wow. Okay. Well, so anyway, so that's what we did. So we imported a save, and that's going right. So that was one of the suggestions for like what would be like a good run. So there's a bunch of other suggestions as well, including just like bug fixes, hair issues overall. There's literally a way to crouch. I didn't know crouching was gone from the game, but there's a way to put it back into the game.
There's Mass Effect 2, Mass Effect 1 to Mass Effect 2 is this interesting. It's this form of game development that I don't particularly agree with, which is people going, man, I don't know about the cooldown system for the guns in Mass Effect 1. Could you make that better? And the response is, we can make it better by removing it. I don't know about the inventory system in Mass Effect 1. Could you guys like make that easier to navigate? Gone!
Yeah.
No more inventory!
Crazy. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, that goes onward again into 3. And Mass Effect 1 is an RPG. Mass Effect 3 is a fucking shooter. It's actually fairly close in feel to Dead Space.
Huh. You're just moving forward, and your build is not as much of a up in the air to your liking. Interesting. Well, so yeah, that was the thing. The gun class restrictions were open as well, so ability to use any type of gun was one of the mods that was turned on and that was recommended, and um, and then the one that is the topic here certainly is I basically got I basically got a description of like how combat had changed,
Yeah.
and that now there were like unique shepherd skills that were not shared by the rest of the teams. So the idea was essentially like, oh well, you could do something that would be a class that gave you the unique shepherd skills instead of the ones that your team could do, and then
Right.
you'd be playing like a kind of unique a unique job, a shepherd.
Yeah.
And,
Spectre.
right.
Spectre Shepherd.
So it's like, oh, okay, sure. And I didn't really think twice about it. I'm like, that sounds cool, I guess. Yeah. And I had also heard about how certainly people are like very, attached to their classes and their abilities and the ways that you play, because it's a very identifying thing about Shepard in these games, especially two going forward. So for the most part, that seems to be something that seems like a cool idea. But I guess I was a bit surprised because there's a lot of, when we streamed it at the very least, a higher than usual amount of people were pretty negative on the idea, and they thought essentially that like that was too much, and that it would kind of bust the experience with the game. I then went like, oh, okay, I thought it would be fine, more or less, and then I got an explanation that it is still not that big of a deal. But either way, this is just the preemptive feeling about it, and I've seen it kind of lead to, in fact, I saw a couple of people going, between that and the whole like save carryover thing, I'm just not even going to watch this. And I'm like, oh, I don't want that response. That sucks, because it's a really hype game. So I've kind of I've had two minds about it, and I've come to a pseudo conclusion, but I'm curious what you think.
So I don't know the skills. If you actually have the mod list, I can look it over while talking about this, or not the mod list, but like the class mod that you're describing. I would not have any personal issue or in 2, because the combat in 2 is fairly simple. In 3, they actually went like pretty far out of their way to emphasize the difference between the classes and the way cooldowns work. And like, I played a Vanguard in that game, and Vanguards in Mass Effect 3 don't shoot their guns. They play like Dragon Ball characters.
You charge. That charge shit is cool.
No. I like Vanguard in 3 specifically. You charge, but then you start doing like shock waves and energy blasts.
Interesting.
And like shooting your gun is
so
right.
I got
for
someone
2. Whatever.
I saw a repeating thing was in 3 the combat is really good and it's unique. Don't leave
Absolutely.
that as is. Yeah.
I would agree with that.
And I think it was something about how when you use enough like biotic abilities back to back, there's a pop that like pays off that you can combo together.
you can basically tag enemies with biotic, and then you can pop the biotic with a different biotic. But a character like Vanguard can do that by themselves. It's supposed to be a team synergy thing, but Shepard can just do it by himself.
Okay. But in this case with 2, it's like, just going in with the unique Shepard abilities, and that means that the team would have the tech and the biotic and the the regular stuff that I would like, have to coordinate with them, and then Shepard is just like a unique Shepard or so. Now this is all anticipatory, because as we discuss this right now, the first episode has not gone live on YouTube yet. It's about to tonight. Once it does, I'm expecting to see the proportional amount of feedback that's going to hit.
So I'm going to tell you right now, the Mass Effect 2 and 3 LPs that I did were like the most backseaty, infuriating ones I've done in like 3 years.
Wow.
Really? I would put it on the. I would put it right. I would put it as the live streaming equivalent of how you and I felt going through Dark Souls 2.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really not sure why, but people started to kind of go nuts, particularly in 3, the way I was playing in a backseating way that I was like repeatedly like gaslit that people were going nuts about the difficulty setting
Okay.
and that like hard is the new normal.
That's come up a bit.
Um,
I got DMs about
which
stuff
is
like that.
yeah, that's not true.
Yeah.
And I spent like maybe the first 20-30% of that game on hard and was like, yeah, no, I'm super pissed off and frustrated this whole time. And my response by the end of it was to put it to tell me a story, Shepard difficulty, and just absolutely steam shitting my way through like all of it.
Well, I read that and I got the message from someone describing that, and I went, you know what? I'm just gonna play it on normal, and I'll see how I'm doing, and then I'll make a decision later. Because fortunately, you don't have to get locked in.
So here's what I believe happened. These games got played a lot. That like the choice stuff as represented a thing where there were people that had gone through Mass Effect 1 and 2 maybe 5 or 6 times to get their save files ready, and then they get to Mass Effect 3, and then they went through Mass Effect 3 4 or 5 times because the class gameplay was actually really interesting. As a result of that, I'm going to say the average person who played those games figured out a way to absolutely bust that shit open by the end of it. Like, if you know how to build Garrus in 3, Garrus can beat the fucking game for you. But people are coming into, like, it was actually the first time I played 3, and this will be the first time you play 2 and 3. You don't know any of that shit. You don't have 11 years of replaying the game every 1 or 2 years.
I didn't
to bust it all open.
I didn't know that like ability remixing would be even a big deal. I was just kind of like, oh, that's probably a unique way to play it. Okay, sure.
So you know what
so many of these games that like also like get modded a lot and regular. Sometimes there's stuff where it's just like, oh yeah, aggressive modding is like how this is expected, or I don't know. I'm just coming in going, let's see what's So I'm taking recommendations, right? So
I have a perfect way to explain this in a context that you're more familiar with, because I was going to use like Infinity Engine games like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 or Pillars, where you go, hey guys, I'm starting out. What's a good build? And somebody throws like the most min-maxed shit in the world at you that includes items you can only get in the back 30% of the game as part of the build. You're like, what the fuck is this? No. Let's talk about fucking Force Lightning, right? And the way people, I've gone through KOTOR 1 like 3 or 4 times. Hey, guess what? All of the Force abilities are super broken, not just Force Lightning. The stuns that stun everyone in the room the whole time, yeah, those are incredible. But when you start, people that have beaten KOTOR 1 6 times are well aware that if you build a character a certain way and then go Force Lightning, that's the most optimal way to go it. And so they go crazy demanding that you do it the most meta way. And Mass Effect is kind of like that as well, where, well, what, you're going to put a machine gun on Garrus, right? And then you're going to give him this ability for the armor piercing, right? Obviously. I'm like, I don't know. I haven't opened up his skill menu yet.
Okay, there's a million ways to break it, but these are the most broken ways that are preferred.
Yeah, and also, I can't see you getting to a point with Mass Effect 2 or 3 that you can't clear it no matter how you build your character.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, we're gonna see. I'm just noting the vibe I got initially was just like, oh, really?
Yeah, enjoy the vibe.
And it's the 1-2 of the import save plus that kind of is I guess just and anyway eliciting some of that feeling, but the thought I was kind of coming to, because I did see again more discussion about like, oh, maybe like difficulty could like balance that out or so. And then the kind of conclusion I went to was like, well, fortunately, I was also told that like this is something that can be updated or pulled in or pulled out without fucking up the save in any way. So
Yeah.
if I ever did want to change it in some way, it wouldn't at all like kill progress, you know?
I'll tell you
So
what, the save editors that people built back in the day to fuck with the Mass Effect saves are incredible. You can fuck with those mid fucking session.
crazy. Seems really impressive. I literally just I had my save updated because the imported character had weird lipstick and makeup on that I didn't want, and I just had the save updated to remove that. So like it's pretty impressive, and like the ME tools like installer for mods is a whole verified sub like third party thing. It's crazy. I was very impressed with how organized that entire thing was. So yeah, but my thought was like, okay, let me just see how this goes, I guess, and get a feel for it, because again, I'm just like, as someone who's
Okay, so Dead Asuna sent me the skill thing that you got going on. Oh, I understand what you're doing there. Okay, you basically have the fun ability off of like 4 or 5 of the classes.
so it's the unique shepherd stuff that
Yeah,
the
the
others can't
charge,
do,
because nobody else gets to do charge,
right?
tactical cloak,
Without the drone, I
etc.
think no drone, but like the
Yeah, no, the
engineering
drone
one.
would be that might actually break things if you put the drone in.
Okay.
No, that there's no problem with that, because in Mass Effect 2, you're playing a character, and the unique thing is the unique class skill that you have given the thing.
Yeah.
That actually looks great because it means you get to fuck around with Vanguard's charge, which is the only reason to play Vanguard, because that's a blast. But you
Looks
also get the invisibility and stuff like that.
So essentially, one of the things was that one of the major points that sounded interesting was the idea that like instead of having to run multiple intros and characters in each class to get a feel for what that ability would be like, you get to just experience all the unique shepherd stuff in one run, and that way you get a like content driven.
Yeah, the reason
version
why
of the
that doesn't really
character.
work for 3 is because most of the classes have a bunch of unique shepherd stuff. It doesn't translate along a single skill.
So I like the idea of like, you know, seeing again like what these unique abilities are and seeing which ones are my favorite. And yeah, we'll you know, the first episode is going to come out. We'll see how it goes and how that's received. But I am down to just like continue going if this feels cool and things are more or less like adequate. I'm also I can also look at this as a way to see which abilities I like more than others, and like, you know, use that as a like a nice test drive, and then like make modifications later on. But
I will
ultimately,
say,
ultimately,
so sorry.
I'm taking your conclusion on this, that it's like it matters way more in 3 than it does here.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
100%. So I would like to put something in that the fact that Mass Effect 3 plays so much better kind of causes a weird situation. Mass Effect 3 does play a lot better, and they wanted it to appeal to more casual fans or shooter fans, and it absolutely did. And there is an issue here, and the issue is that when you're talking about Mass Effect 1 and 2, and we spent the majority of the time talking about Mass Effect 1 and 2 today, talking about gameplay and the way classes work. I don't care about that shit when I play Mass Effect 1 and 2. The reason why I played Mass Effect 1 and 2 and 3 is because I wanted to learn weird shit about a bunch of fucking stupid aliens.
The conversation.
And
that's what Reggie was saying too.
That's what the game is like actually about. Like you go to a planet and there's a bunch of drunk aliens arguing about some drunk alien shit, and you're like, oh wow, I never thought about space strippers or whatever, and you're like, cool.
Yeah, Reggie's takeaway was basically like, yo, who cares? It's all about the conversation and the characters. This doesn't matter, you know? Like, just
so
have
the
fun with
reason
it.
why it gets
he's
strange,
right.
The reason why it gets strange about 3 is because, and this is my biggest problem with Mass Effect 3, is that you go to the Asari homeworld in Mass Effect 3, right? You go to the Krogan homeworld in Mass Effect 3, right? You're going all these spots that you wanted to go to, right? And you know what you're doing there? You're fighting a big battle and leaving. Yeah, you know what? I didn't want to see Thessia as a battleground. I wanted to go hang out with a bunch of sorry people and go to their Capitol building and talk to them about their space government.
About their their life. Yeah.
Right? And so as a result, Mass Effect 3 is a big war, and it's like, but I don't care about the big war. I care about going and hanging out in a bar with a Hanar and talking about, can a Hanar even drink booze? I don't know.
How does it work? Right. Yeah, so, I mean, the one thing that I'll say, well, not the one thing, but, like, what I do understand is, like, a part of what I do and what I've been doing for the last, era of the era of Wooly Versus is that I'm going back to beloved classics to see kind of, like, what's so beloved about them. That's part of what's going on. And I can understand the perspective of, like, you're like, well, if it's a beloved classic and this is the way it was experienced and you're not getting that experience, you're getting something that's going to be overpowered and it's going to, like, ruin what we had back in the day. I can understand that point of view about it. But I also, I mean, to be perfectly honest, like, it was, like, there's a lot that I don't know about that I'm not aware of, but, like, there's a pretty lengthy description as well about why you're still super vulnerable and you can still totally die, and why you're not going to be able to just steamroll everything, even having all of this stuff. And and as I suspect, if I fucking charge into a room full of enemies and then I kill one, I'm still standing and getting lit up by the rest of them.
Well, welcome to the Vanguard lifestyle.
Yeah, so the idea essentially being that it's like the overpowered concern is not actually going to be that much of a concern.
No, it's definitely not.
Then I guess it doesn't seem perhaps that bad. And I know for sure that, like, even if it was, I'm somebody whose my aiming is not going to make the best of that ability. My fucking I'm swinging that shit around using time stop as a lifesaver on my aiming because, dear God, this is why I just playing these games.
I just remembered the one thing I forgot to say. Hey, the Mako controls like shit. Can you improve it? Gone.
Okay, so this is one of those moments where, because again, on the outside, there's some feelings of like, oh yeah, so there's some planning probing mini game, mod that shit out, don't even do it, right? And everyone's on board with that. There is no controversy. 10 out of 10 people vote, get that shit out of there. And it's like,
I installed a mod in my game so that I would just ping the planet and would instantly give me every resource.
So it might go that way. I'm gonna do the thing to see it.
Yeah. You need to feel the frustration before you do that.
I've done it a little bit, but I already really don't like the flying the ship around gas system either.
Yeah.
That's a knockdown from just scanning the map and selecting things. Because I just want to look at a planet for data.
The Mako controlled like fucking shit, right? But like complete removal of rolling around on planets legitimately sucks.
It just, if it was less frequent and a little less dry, like when you're using the Mako on Bring Down the Sky, it's an engaging, scripted, but like driven thing. You're having fun with it, in the main missions, it's fine as well. It's just the empty planets that you're scraping nothing for like half an hour.
I think what's really funny is in the DLC they said, hey, you guys missed Mako mission, so we gave you the Hammerhead mission. It's like a tank, so it controls better than the Mako. And while it does technically control better than the Mako, the missions associated with the Hammerhead are unironically the worst shit in all three games.
Damn.
They are fucking terrible.
Dang. Okay. Well, in some cases, the streamlining stuff like seems like an improvement. In other cases, it seems like removal is just like
you didn't have to throw the whole thing away.
Baby out with the bathwater. I mean, ammo types. I'm gonna wait and see, but it's an ability now that the characters have, and I'm like, huh. So like, flame ammo is just a thing that I use on
One of the
Jacob or whatever, right? Like,
yeah,
okay.
one of the best abilities any character that has that ammo has. Because hey, do you want to just shred ammo? You want to shred? Oh man, you know what? You've met Jacob. Fine, we can talk about this shit. Stop putting humans on the ship at all. Like, God,
default
damn
romantic choices for you.
I'm so fuck. Like, the only one that's decent at all is fucking Vega in 3. But like every single here's the human teammates. Oh, cool. Who fucking gives a shit?
I am having the weirdest experience with this intro because Jacob appears to be like the Caden type, you know?
He is.
That's introduced. He aggressively looks like my brother.
Oh yeah?
Aggressively.
Okay.
So I guess we're not going that way. That's weird. Yeah, it's. I was like, huh. I've. There's a whole. To be honest, the loading screen for that game has like fucking 15 characters, and I'm just like, that is so many people. What is happening? And then like when you go to land on a planet and you see all those spots, I was like, oh my god, this is so many. This is twice the size of the team in fucking 1. Wild. Anyway, yeah.
I'm having like
Hold it back if you have to hold it back.
okay, so I just have one thing to ask you. Are you confirming to me right now that you absolutely positively will not be smooching it up with Jacob?
I mean, unless something really wild happens in this LP.
I don't think that's
but I've not set my eyes on him, nor have I known about it. I don't know about the new characters too much, with the exception of Jack, who people have told me that's a woolly character
people like Jack
for years.
Yeah.
So I know what Jack looks like, but every other new character I don't really know.
So the bummer,
but that's not who I've been thinking about.
There's this bummer that there's a fun mod that you can put in, which literally just turns off the gender flags for romance.
I heard about that.
And I wanted to use it, but I was concerned that it would just break Mass Effect 3.
Okay. There's people are freaking out. Whatever it is, hold it back. I'm gonna ask you to hold it back.
You're going to see people start to get super, super nuts around this time about characters.
Okay.
Mass Effect 2 was the first game I ever encountered that was made by a Western developer in which I saw multiple people taking photos of having dinner at their computer with fan art of Garrus or Tally having dinner with them, right? Like it is, like it's where people started to just really, really go crazy.
Interesting. We got to that level, did we? Huh. I mean,
and the takeaway from seeing those is that Jacob was never on the other side of that screen.
I see. Is there a percentage like chart out there for like most popular and least popular partners and choices?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, Telltale style. Okay.
Yeah, somewhere 8% of players across all 3 games went Renegade, which led them to the situation where they're like, seems like we actually wasted a lot of time and money making Renegade at all.
Interesting.
Which I would agree with.
Okay, so the thing is, though, admittedly, as we say in the KOTOR choices, it's not about being a Sith that kills everyone immediately as soon as the conversation starts. It's about agreeing to the quest and then betraying them later.
Yeah, right.
So
that's what's so disappointing about Renegade and Mass Effect.
When the Renegade choice, the Renegade choice in the first fucking 10 minutes is just like, blow this crazy person away. just shoot him in the back of the head. We ain't got time for this shit. I'm like, Jesus, can we find a middle ground between not Paragon and not shooting him in the head? You know? I'm like, can I lean in and then yes and it into something Renegade?
It's very, very strange because the Renegades are, I've told you this before, but the Renegades are different in each game, in that Renegade in 1 is a dirty cop and does anything for the mission. Renegade in 2 is like a almost violent action hero.
Right.
And Renegade in 3 is like a war criminal, like a monster.
Okay, so based on the introduction of 2, you can hypothetically say that your newfound lease on life also is a newfound lease on morality.
Oh, absolutely. It's a perfect setup for that.
It's an excuse to be able to go that far.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I'd be in a bad mood if what happened to me in Mass Effect 2 happened.
Yeah. Well,
rough.
I also I do like how if you are doing what 91% of players do, and you are playing a Paragon and you are doing it, let's say like you're trying to be lawful good, if your life is owed entirely RoboCop style to like a corrupt organization, but in this case now it's black market shit, you owe your big lawful good life to black market. What now? You know, are you going to do the lawful thing and delete yourself again? You know what I mean? Like, you weren't brought back under legal and, you know, upstanding council terms. So it's a nice, like, I guess, like, oh shit, I guess the world is not
now,
so
I will
black
tell you
and
one
white.
thing, and I'm sure Dad Asana actually seems to be a great resource for this, but I will tell you myself, is that in Mass Effect 2, they start the prompt system, which is outside of the usual dialogue system.
R2.
You're going to want to really think long and hard about maybe doing every prompt you see ever. Because like I played
Good rewards.
100% goody two shoes, but when that red prompt comes up to just blow a dude away in the middle of his conversation, ooh.
I mean, look, here's what I will say is, and people are very on the edge of their seats, and who knows what's going to happen, but I'll say this. Blue is not red. These are different people, but at the same time, like Reggie and I have had arguments mid-conversation as if it's literally inside the character's head, where it's just like, oh, what would red do here? Oh, is that what you want to do? Okay, well, blue does it like that. You know? So that little interplay is already pretty fun. And we'll see what fucking happens, man. You know? I want to know. You know what? I won't spoil.
Yeah. I'm in this weird space, particularly with Mass Effect, especially since I refreshed it for myself. Are you familiar with that not Control, XKCD comic in which they describe playing every video game 7 to 10 years after release? So they are all fixed and they all run great and everything's great, except there's just one problem, and then a character bursts on the scene and goes, "Oh my god, guys, the cake is a lie!" and starts singing the fucking Portal song.
Yeah.
So like you are straight up 15 years removed from some dank memes that you are about to engage in. And I gotta say, I'm excited.
This is the point of my channel. It's become the entire purpose, is just digging through the attic, pulling out these fucking Xbox 360 cases, with and like breaking the GameStop seal on them.
Should we have played these games back on their release? Yeah, you know what? That might have been a good idea. But barring that,
here we are.
Almost 20 years later.
Yeah. So, we'll see. We'll see how it goes till later today. But
so I will say, like, talking about Mass Effect 3 and the combat and all this stuff, I'm just like, man, you know what I want Mass Effect 4 to be? I want Mass Effect 4 to take place on the Citadel, and you are a fucking Turian CSEC officer who's investigating a series of like anti-human murders, and there is no combat, and you have 28 fucking stats that tell you what to do. Like, there is absolutely no reason that this universe needs to have shooting in it at all.
Yeah, the fact that what I know about Andromeda is that it's a million light years away in a completely new place is like, I go, but why not just do more interesting things in the setting that's
you
here?
can jump around, and the combat's really exciting, and it's like, yeah, I don't care.
A big part of what Reggie and I were talking about and appreciating in one was how quickly this new sci-fi world like gets to thinking about the politics and the cultural implications and interplay between all these species and all these fun questions that you would love to explore with a series of spin-offs and books and wild shit.
Dude, okay. So 2 things. One, I just saw somebody in the chat say Pat just wants Star Trek. Do you know who else just wanted Star Trek? The developers of Mass Effect 1, which is why it has a grain filter. And it has a soundtrack that is specifically reminiscent of the next generation. Not only am I saying that because you can tell, but they also said that in multiple interviews. That is the exact goal. Second of which, Andromeda and going to a completely new galaxy is wildly disappointing on a level you probably can't understand, because set up 1, every alien that comes with you is set. Okay, what ones did we bring with us? Because you didn't bring all of them. You only brought like most of the Citadel races. Okay, are they making new societies? No, it's just kind of little baby colonies of the old one. Second, do you know how many new aliens you actually find in Mass Effect Andromeda? 2. That's it. Are you ready to engage in a completely new galaxy filled with a new civilization? Guess what? There isn't one.
Yeah.
Then who gives a shit? Why'd you go to a different gal? What the fuck?
I think I'm seeing it. It's the wording is fucking disco effect, right? That's easy. You could just walk around, talk to people, learn more about this already really interesting society, and that's also part of like what was immediately appealing with KOTOR as well, was just like, let's spend time on these planets learning the mundane things, right?
So by the way, somebody confirmed in Andromeda there are no Quarians, no Drell, no Hanar, no Elcor, and no Volus.
Council races, lesser races denied.
Literally only the major council races.
Council races only. Huh. Yeah.
It's like, oh, cool. And you still gotta play as a fucking human.
I did not think that's what it was. I thought Andromeda was you as a main character zip to another galaxy and there's a whole bunch of new races and it's just like doing Mass Effect 1 again. I thought it was just like we're doing Mass Effect ME1 and yeah, okay. Damn. All right.
Like crazy missed opportunity. Like embarrassing.
Because I feel like even that would like, if they had no council races, no new, all new, like that would have been unexpected, but still could be fresh if it was done well.
Yeah. So, this whole conversation makes me think of something like, do you know why you have 2 party members that are human in every game? It's so that the people who don't want to play with space aliens
can just
have an all-human party.
Human party.
And to me, that represents a massive failure of vision. Because people who want to play as all humans in a fucking sci-fi game don't give a shit about the fucking sci-fi game.
But if they want to get on the bandwagon of the latest gun shooter thing that's trending and everyone's on it, and they just, God damn it, why is Dante dancing? Why won't anyone tell me what's going on?
Well, you know what, Wooly? You know what they
those
say.
people,
at the
their
end,
money is green too.
At the end of the day, we're all just animals.
That is like That is one of the most unbelievable retcon. Like, I can't believe the retcon. It's insane.
So hold on,
and
it's
I don't
not
know.
a retcon.
No.
It's not a retcon.
No. Trust me. That is, that can be interpreted as either BioWare retconning it or the in-game cover story being delivered that way on the news to make her seem like a hero.
They are lionizing
the
Ashley
martyr
in background, and it's like
totally aware of that. That could be a way too, but that is incredible. What a line!
And so here's the thing, right? That moment is the thing that I care about Mass Effect for, which is like this fucking interplay between all these interesting new characters. Like, the races they created for Mass Effect are fucking incredible. Like, the Krogan are my favorite analog to the fucking Klingons ever. They're great.
Tired warriors are a fucking vibe. I'm so happy that I met another one right away. You know? Like, yeah. There's the ones you shoot, but the ones that are tired are really fun to talk to. I'm looking forward to seeing where the fuck it goes, man. But like, it's clear the money's in play now. They got the shiny budget, they got the big names, they got a lot more going on in the even when the cutscene camera lighting like kicks on, it's like, some of the hair is not floating off the characters' heads as badly as it used to. And I mean, beyond that, I'm also looking at the size of that party, and I'm like, you barely had time to like really get all the like hanging out with and talking to your party members in one. How the fuck are you going to spend enough time with everybody in this?
So I'm going to answer this in a vague way, but the biggest complaint about Mass Effect 2 is that it feels a little fillery, and the reason why that is also the reason why people love it so much. Finding the gang and hanging out with the gang is literally the entire game.
Okay.
Like,
search for friends.
Like, the roster in 2 is fucking gigantic. It's stupid how big the roster is. But 99% of the game is putting the team together. Okay.
I mean, the way it introduces all of those, like, points of interest right off the bat, it does feel like you're like, this is like so in Mass Effect you get your 3 main missions, before you start before you hit Vermeer, and like in this case it feels like it's a big list.
Yeah, no. It's characters, 1 main mission. The other set of characters, the end of the game. And so it actually ends up giving a lot of really great replay value, because you go, well, I actually would have rather hung out with Thane on 80 or 90% of the missions in the game. So next time, I'm just going to go grab him immediately.
Yeah.
And just do everything that I possibly can.
So I landed on the asteroid on Omega, and I met Cable. And I went, we're going back to the ship so I can hang out with Cable. And I just put him on immediately, because I'm like, yeah.
And then you're like, oh no, Cable is one of the DLC characters that did not get the same amount of resources that the other ones did. In that when you go talk to him, he doesn't go into a cutscene, he's just like an NPC. I see. Okay. But he does have a loyalty mission, and it is good.
Okay. I like the cut of his jib. Nothing wrong with that.
Hey, let me ask you. You went to Omega, right?
Yep.
Did you meet a Vorcha?
No.
Okay.
Not yet.
If you think that Batarians
are they the bats?
They are the freak demon assholes.
Yeah. The morbing aliens? Yeah.
So, like, I feel like they were invented to be fodder evil.
To be shot. Like, I was okay. That race, I said it immediately. I'm like, this is such a disappointing... Like, it sucks when you meet, you meet putties, and you're like, I'm talking to putties right now. Like, they're... And I'm like, it would be great if you walked away from that first guy and met one who was like, oh, that guy's weird. We're not all like
No,
that.
no. They live for 2 years and they're fucking evil and you can kill them.
Yeah.
No guilt. No
Yeah,
guilt.
I feel like I'm like, damn it, like it's a fodder. I can feel the fodder of that evil
Yeah.
monster race, and it's like,
So
don't
I'm
do
gonna
that, don't do
So
that.
hey,
Give me a real race that'll.
I'm gonna you remember when you fought those robots when you in the intro and that was like a cool new robot enemy?
Oh, in the lab, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you're going to go through Mass Effect 2, and I want you to pay attention to how many enemies that you fight are either robots or mercenaries.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, it's something like 99% of the enemy roster is those robots or mercenaries of some kind.
I mean, in one, you're shooting cultists, you're shooting
A
scientists out of
lot of Geth.
control. Whole lot of like three types of zombies, really.
Yeah.
Right? You've got like, yeah, like three like different kinds of space zombification. And then a handful of Thresher Maws and yada yada. But anyway, yeah, the fucking goblins that are introducing themselves as a new race, and I'm like, oh my god, man.
This is what it's like outside of Council Space, man. Batarians and fucking Vorcha. Do you want to live out here?
At bare minimum, I think all races, not all, like at bare minimum, all races, you should be able to see like what the extremes of like I guess the the Paragon or Renegade like idea of what they could be.
Yeah,
like, if
I
they're
don't
a race
think there's even a Vorcha with like a name ever.
That's it. I'm like, if the race dictates that you can only be like, for example, so far Batarians are scumbag assholes, but they're like merchant assholes that are like trying to sell slaves, and they're kind of just like business oriented while being pieces of shit. So like, you'll get a range of, hey man, let's just talk and talk about our greed, and I want a deal, you want a deal, maybe we can barter while I'm a piece of shit, all the way to, let's crack that planet open, I'm an evil piece of shit. And at least there's a range there, you know? I need to meet more of them, but like the way they're just like
it's absurd. It's totally ridiculous.
All right. Anyway, let's see where it goes. Yeah. So okay, cheers. I appreciate that. That's
people are informing me that there is one Vorcha with a name.
Wonderful. And then so Multiversus is now officially out. So I was able to plug a monitor into the PS5 and then put that in front of Reggie, and then we played some co-op, queuing against the world together, and that was pretty fun.
Oh, is that how you did it? Because me and Paige ran into a situation where it doesn't have local co-op versus online.
Nope.
And what a stupid fucking oversight that is.
Sucks. It should let you sign in to a friend's account. As long as you have, I understand you need a WB account to play, whatever. Fine. Let a friend sign in secondary, and then local, because you can local versus each other, and you can local versus bots, but yeah, no local online.
Yeah, so that game's fucking incredible. I fucking love it. I fucking finished the battle pass on it yesterday.
Okay. Yeah. Lots of fun, man. The ability as well. So like I did that. I got also like did some queuing with Soul Carl, and like it was one of those things where like he was like, hey, I'm having a hard time figuring this game out. Like there's some stuff that's not really clicking. And I was like, oh cool, okay. Well, you can like, it's a fighting game where you can go on with somebody, and like if you know what like they're lacking, or if you want to like go over stuff or figure out some tech or whatever, you can do that. And the 2v2 mode is like, it's a great like way to get someone that might experience just losing a bunch and turned off from the genre. Like if you have someone with you that knows it better and can help you team up together, and you can work together, that feels pretty good. It feels good when you can work together and do shit like that. It's so far it's fucking doing it. I was gonna say I have a couple of, now that I've spent some time with it, a couple of nitpicks, but overall that
Yeah.
package is strong.
So, yeah, I have some nitpicks. I still miss throwing. Like, only a couple characters have throws, and I miss it.
Throwing and blocking
Um,
are things.
there's a couple of like bugs that show up more often than I would like. Batman killing himself with his grappling hook is one of them. They said they fixed it. No, they didn't.
When one of the four
Um,
players is on a bad connection, rollback
oh
gets
yeah,
fucking horrible.
yeah,
I'm playing now. Admit, I heard that like if you don't play crossplay, it apparently improves that.
yeah.
But like I've had a couple of matches, like it's starting to go more frequently because like yeah, there's matches where I'm like I'm on PC, my partner's on Xbox, and then I'm playing against two PlayStation users, and like one person will just start like fucking up the rest of the match, kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some balance stuff where like Taz and Finn needs something.
Finn's
Too much.
ridiculous. His sword, he's a sword character, but his sword hitboxes are they out. I mean, priority seems to be like always in his
Oh
favor on
man,
them.
I
He
saw
wins
I
every
saw a great
exchange.
I saw a great video describing a Smash player breaking down why Finn's hitboxes are so good, and they're describing, well, what you would expect is that the stronger of an attack is in terms of power, it should go through another person's hitbox until it hits them. But in multiverses, the only thing that matters is hitboxes, and I'm like, you mean like every fighting game fucking ever other than Smash? It treats hitboxes like any other regular fighting game would. It's
Mm-hmm.
not factoring in literal like
The
percentile
model.
strength.
Mm-hmm.
However, as it has no priority system, Finn's got this massive fucking disjointed hitbox that is pretending it's in a Smash game, but it's not. Um,
I mean, it just feels like every exchange in neutral always is in his favor, and then like your best bet is like if you get a nice whiff punish on something, that'll be good. But if you're both gonna trade, there's no real clashes that happen. He's
Yeah.
just gonna beat out what you're doing with the
Yeah.
sword. Yeah. The up B in
hmm.
particular as well, with the last hit of that just rocks your world. There's a couple other things as well where priority and hitboxes are just wild. The issue I'm having is okay. So there's a couple characters where they have like a gimmick that'll be like just a thing that they can rely on, right? So
Right.
Superman's flying grab, Shaggy's Falcon kick, and Iron Giant's butt stomp, for example,
Right.
are things that like they beat out most of what challenges them, unless it's like a projectile or so. If you're coming
Jake's house drop is similar.
and I mean, Iron Giant's butt stomp is actually just not working properly because it glitches through the bottom of the stage and hits you extra times and stays active.
Don't worry about it.
Even if you spot dodge it, which is like wild or whatever, right? But with those others, those things are like the fact that the move is that good is I think that's fine. What is kind of weird to me is that I didn't realize because Garnet is a character with a bunch of moves that have cooldowns. I thought everyone had a bunch of cooldowns.
Nope.
It is character specifics and move specific where some people have almost no cooldowns and some moves certainly don't. So I was like, oh, wait, what? So it's just up to what you determine should not be spammable, I guess.
Yeah.
And like with
So-
Superman's fly, with the Falcon kick, and with the down B with Iron Giant, I'm like, people are using this move. Like it's a good move. People are using it to replace footsies. They're using it to replace neutral entirely because there's no cooldown. If you made a cooldown on the move, they'd have to use it and then fight without it and then get it back, and that would be fine.
Yeah, so that is interesting. I follow the co-founder of the studio and the director, and probably the best example of what the fuck is going on with this is Wonder Woman. So it has a cooldown of like 20 seconds, and the move sucks. So like people were like, what is going on with that? When Taz, even his nerfed spin is 100 times better than Wonder Woman's lasso. And open beta means there's going to be just a lot of changes coming
I
down.
hope so.
Like
Experimental is all over the game, so
LeBron came out and
yeah.
he's still listed as experimental.
So something that happens because Garnet is not a character you're seeing online too much right now, but I mean I fucking love her. But like what'll happen is like you do her up B, which is like the point finger with the electricity, which is
Right.
all right, but for the most part, like getting people to stay in a certain area, you're not really gonna stick around. Like people will avoid it, so it's like it's not fantastic as an up B. But then it has a big cooldown on it. Then you do her rocket punch, which is great, and it has a big
Oh boy,
cooldown
is
on
it! Holy shit!
It's fantastic, and it has a big cooldown on it, understandably, right? And then you do like her like good normals. So she's got the aura punches, and then she's got her air neutral attack as well, which is really solid. And because the decaying effect, where you use a move too many times, it can affect two moves at once. So you'll be decaying on two things that you're alternating between while you're in neutral. But if I'm trying to hit a Finn whose like sword is, I'm not going to use my bad moves. I'm going to use the ones that have the best chance of armoring through, right? So I'll have like two cooldowns going, two moves on decay, and I'll be like, well, I currently am not able to really fight right now,
Yeah.
right?
So
And if other characters went through that, then it would be like, okay, they would be in that situation too, and then you'd have to plan a bit around it. But seeing as, again, they just like some things just can keep going and there's no downside to it, it's like, well, you should probably allow moves to be great, but just make them seldomly like spammable.
let me ask you a question. How much of your time is 1v1 versus 2v2?
I've played less than 10 1v1 matches.
Yeah, I played a couple days as 1v1, and then I was like, wow, they were not kidding that this game is not meant for 1v1.
It's a less fun game.
It is a dodge shitfest with high priority normals that takes forever. It is absolutely dependent on you kind of not being able to pay attention to two fighters simultaneously.
I am eating I've never eaten my words like the moment I started the first beta and I went, okay, what I want is 1v1 no perks. I can't believe how much I don't want that at all.
I don't want to play that ever.
Yeah, and I didn't know because I'm like, give me this weird WB smash thing, right?
Yeah.
And it turns out that like it was not built for that aggressively, and that is a less fun version of the game to play.
Like you look at Rain Dog, right? Where I'm playing Rain Dog in training mode. I'm like, this character's fucking garbage. Fuck this piece of shit support character. And then I play against, Iron Giant Rain Dog, and I'm like, oh, Christ.
Velma.
Ouch.
Velma goes from being awful to unbelievably strong when you have a good one and a support character to tank or distract. As long as she can stand back and snipe and support, she's doing amazing things, but she needs that distraction, and and then there's things too as well. We're just like, you're whatever that tag attack used to be or tag ability used to be is now just the solo version of it, which is extremely limited utility, I mean, and then the other bit too, where it's like I mentioned it each time, but like the perk adds something to your special move that is like important and massive.
Yeah, no, like the difference between Superman with the extra range or Superman with the fire on the ground after the stomp is like a big deal. Yeah. Bugs Bunny having a taunt that just becomes a landmine to put in the fucking middle of the stage is a world of difference.
Being able to use the rocket punch to set the star for Garnet instead of having to actually use down B on the spot wherever I want it to be is massive. It's like it adds because she has bad recovery otherwise, right? Like she's got basically her jumps, which you got to go with, and then like you can use her neutral air to maybe try and get back. But the star is what's gonna save you in a lot of situations. I find that really helps with it. So it is clear that like the perks are intended. That's the way.
I would really like to see attack decay turned down in general a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I say this as somebody who plays mostly Bugs Bunny and Superman. because okay, I knocked somebody up, right? They're in the air, they're trying to fall back down to the stage. I can up A them forever, right? Like that up attack with bugs with the bat, not beating that unless you perfectly dust through it. Like it's gonna beat absolutely everything. What possible reason am I to have to stop doing that other than the game going, stop it, you've hit them too many times, it's too good. Like, tone the move down then, so that because what are my options? Nothing. There's no option other than this, and it's super good.
If Superman knocks you to the top of the screen and you're in that upper 25%, let's say, and he flies up towards you, you fucking know what's coming.
Yes.
It's the grab and pop, and like you're out. There's no avoiding that unless you spot dodge it perfectly, and so you have to wait for that call out moment. I feel like there are situations where that, like, and again with Garnet, you feel that decay come on a lot. The only way to make up for it is by putting on some damage perks, putting on a triple jump perk for her, for example.
I do really like how the perks are very minor in terms of statistical upgrades. They max out at like 10%.
Yep, that's it. You stack them. You can do some wild shit. Like we put on all damage perks one time and stacked them, and it was kind of nuts. We had a little game plan going that was like, 2 people punching you equals you get to 100 immediately, and that was pretty sick. But anyway, for the most part, man, this is a pretty solid launch for them. I have to say, this is gonna sound ridiculous coming out of my mouth. LeBron James's kit is pretty interesting.
It's pretty interesting. So
he
putting
has
a regular
really interesting kit.
Yeah, putting a really a normal human basketball man in your game is usually pretty boring. But because he's with the cartoon characters, all the ball mechanics and the stealing mechanics, he's weird. He's like a weirdo in this cast.
The ability, part of his loadout, the ability to fucking pass to your partner. Your partner's attacks all become a ball projectile. And when that ball hits the enemy, you teleport to them into a combo dunk, which, if you are off screen, is a spike. That's fucking sick.
Yeah, it's really great.
And then the fact as well that like the things where like Arya can like steal the opponent's face like Kirby, or steal the friend's face and use that, or like use the knife to teleport to the enemy, or use it to stab you and then teleport to you. Like it's a unique way to design this game. And
I think one of the other things is that, like, I don't know if you saw the video of it comparing itself to Strive.
No.
Okay, so the rollback is quite good unless one of the people is fucked up, but that's usually the case with any fighting game.
Children
it was
on
a
Wi-Fi
video
are going to be a problem.
Yeah, so what it was is, okay, hey kids, I want to play a fighting game. And it goes to boot on PS5 and goes like from boot to match.
Oh, yeah.
And it was you have already finished a full-length match on Multiverses before you even get to the Heaven or Hell Duel 1 Let's Rock in Strive.
If you're not using Totsugeki, it's a 3-minute boot up. If you're using Totsugeki, it's 45 seconds. But Multiverses, you can queue up probably in that time you can get into a match.
I cannot possibly get across how important it is that when I feel like playing Multiverses, it is like 90 seconds from that thought in my brain to me playing a match online.
And it's 60 seconds to the lab while you're waiting for a match.
Like it has created a situation in which like when I wanted to play Street Fighter or Strive, I had to be like, hey, I'd really like to play some Strive tonight. And sit down and get it. With Multiverses, I'm banging out matches in between like Notorious Monsters in 14.
It gets better with mods, but it's not by much. And I've never. You want to talk about how fucking impatient like Smash players are. I couldn't believe it, but when I saw the so that rollback mod,
yeah, they can't even wait for the kids to grow up.
Well, check it off the list for this week. When the rollback mod came in for Melee, and there's the modified like tournament version of the game that you can play, Slippy, which was made by Fizzy, you can boot the game up, and as soon as you do, it drops you right onto the 2-player versus all the rules set mode. Like, as soon as you click the button, the next thing you hear is choose your character.
Right.
You know, like the level of like, we don't want to fuck around wasting time. You could not trim the fat any harder than that, you know? So, yeah, it, you enjoying the aftermath of,
I saw somebody say they can't even wait for a negative COVID test, which I also think is really good. That's a good one.
Yep. Yep. Anyways, so, you know, it's basically at a point where the fact that you just boot up right away is also massive and like, yeah, feels good. I know we'll never see it, but I do want to know how many of these bad rollback matches are children on Wi-Fi. Because you're fighting, you can tell when you're fighting children. You know.
Yes.
Yeah. I just give me the percentage. If it's 85% Wi-Fi,
you
then
never played Fortnite, but this is what it feels like.
Oh, man.
You feel it. You feel it.
Yeah. I want to know if it's 85% Wi-Fi users, then fucking hit me with the truth. I am curious to know which side it's on. You know.
So I just want to talk a little bit about the character select. So I did unlock Cake as the skin.
Oh,
right? Yeah. And I can confirm that just like Shagworth, it is absolutely the voice actor that played Cake in like 3 episodes total. And what's more important than that is that she has just as many unique voice lines as Jake does.
Yes.
Which
it's a whole new character skin, and it's an entire skin.
It's kind of wild because it opens it up to like you know the character slot fucking clone discussion around Smash. Yes. Yeah, now that is stupid. Do you want Cyborg Superman in the game? Yeah, he'll play like Superman, and he'll just have a bunch of quotes and dialogue as Cyborg Superman.
Right. Like, yeah, like Urian with Gil's colors is not as hype as Gil sounding like Gil, you know? Like, actually do it. And yeah, the alt costumes do completely have that effect. That's awesome.
You want what Batman character do you want? Do you want Robin or fucking Batgirl or Terry? Yeah, fucking skin them up and get the voice actor, and they're gonna play this like. It expands the potential roster enormously. The other thing is that LeBron came out after the beta was out for a week, and it sounds like Morty's coming out next week. So it sounds like that massive, gigantic list is well underway, and they might be doing like every 2 weeks.
The pacing is
intense.
The pacing being that, like, if there's a new character, like every 2 weeks or so, you're constantly being like, oh shit, yeah, I guess I gotta go see what that's about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they have a 6-month break when they blew their load and they make the new characters, and they have the season and whatever.
Also, like with the whole like dailies and whatnot, again with the whole free-to-play bit, I was surprised that they would let you do those quests. You re-roll them, one for free, the others are, you know, paid with the gold or whatever.
Yeah, do it with bots though. Fuck it.
You can do it with bots, and they let you do it. I was like, oh really? You're not gonna be stingy about that? Interesting.
All the weird ones I do on bots, because fuck getting 3 assists in a goddamn real game.
Yeah, I really didn't expect that. I thought they would force it out of a real game and then make it so that you have to prolong your progress, but surprisingly not, you know? So, okay, sure. Let you get all your cosmetic shit or whatever you're looking for that way. and then the and then perk training as well, to be like, okay, like 2 or 3 matches in, you can now just equip whatever perks your partner has.
Yeah.
Awesome, really great, really smart. Just way to help a new player catch back up and get like not completely lost in the matches against really strong players.
Hey man, I would love to keep talking about this. I got to take that dog out, and I got to stand up myself. I've
Yep,
been holding it in for like 2 hours.
same.
So
So
I will be
BRB.
right back.
Okie doke. So yeah, that's a whole lot going on. Just want to give everyone a quick heads up as well. Next couple of weeks are going to be uh, pretty busy and hectic, so I'm not going to have a normal recording schedule. Um, I'm going to basically be out of town visiting some in-laws and doing some stuff. So I'm going to be gone, and we're going to have an irregular recording schedule for at least 2-3 weeks. I'll still have the podcast set up with me, so I'll be able to record podcasts remotely. But otherwise, the regular LPing and stuff is not going to be going on. And yeah, no, I'm not going to Evo this year. Unfortunately, going to be missing out on that. We'll hopefully catch the announcements. But anyway, all this to say, this week's schedule is going to be like the yeah, we're going to do a week of this week pretty normal, I think, except for no get into fighting games on Saturday. Then next week I'm going to be gone except for the podcasts. And then after that, it'll be like 1 or 2 days, and then it'll be gone again. So basically, LPs are going to go on break for a bit. Just a heads up. It'll get...
All right, losers. Next week, you're stuck watching me. Ha ha!
There you go. It'll get normal again. It'll get normal again by the 3rd week of the month. So there's the heads up. Okay, well,
now that we've done 1/5 of the podcast,
I mean, it's been a build-up to the end of Elden Ring, the beginning of Dead Space, and the end of Mass Effect.
And the end of Mass Effect. Well, 100%. Yeah, no, it's just
all the things happen simultaneously.
Yeah. So I got 2 things going on that don't have to do with video games, so I guess I should get that shit out of the way right now. One, if you're watching the video version of this podcast, what you can see is that I'm able to lean back in a new chair.
There you go.
I got my M body. It came in the mail. I put it together.
Yeah.
Wow, I really can't rep
It's
this
assembled.
thing enough.
What the fuck are you talking about? You basically just roll it out.
No, it is not assembled. You absolutely have to assemble a significant portion of it. I don't know what you're talking about.
The 2 M bodies I got were the legs had to go into the thing at the bottom, and that was pretty much it.
Oh well, I had to put the
spine.
You have to undo the part and then clip in the spine, and then you have to screw that back together, and then you have to clip it on top, and then you have to put in 4 screws on that, and then you have to put the seat adjuster in.
Okay. No, I mean, for me it was mostly knobs and stuff, but like I didn't have that on the one. Anyway.
No, I had to assemble it. Anyway. Wow, what a great fucking chair. The very first day I got it, I had a double stream where I decided to play 2... Zangief! What are you doing? Hey! I had a double stream where I had planned to play 2 games, and I was like, I don't know if I could do 2 full streams back to back. Not even a single butt hurt, even a little. Not even a little bit of butt hurt. Just, excuse me, just a...
Yep. And there we go. No, I'm not going to do it again. You already got the GIF. All right.
Hey, so my fat son decided that he wanted to write on the inside of his mouth. He's a fucking moron.
Don't do that.
Yeah. So, yeah, no, this thing is super comfortable. It's absolutely worth the money. It's a very expensive chair, but like it is night and day. Not just between any of the setups that I've sat on in my streaming or LP career, whatever you want to call it, but in terms of any fucking office chair that I picked up at Staples over my entire life.
Yep.
It's great. They're great. And my feet are on the ground.
It does what it promises, and leaves you getting up from it after a long period of time feeling normal.
Feeling like, oh, my butt's a lot. Maybe I should have stood up more than once in 8 hours. But aside from that, what chair is it? It's a Herman Miller M Body. It's a good chair. It's
It is
an excellent chair.
prohibitively expensive.
Oh boy, is it!
Do
I was
not
talking about it on my stream, and people were like, "What?"
It is a very good chair. It is completely unaffordable.
Yeah, but they last like 20 years. So, and you can reupholster them and shit if you need to.
I mean, that whole thing about, like, treat it like a car, treat it like a bed. It's gonna be a lifetime investment. Like it makes sense. It's just it sucks that the average regular chair couldn't have some basic engineering to get this type of safety. And
I felt very good that I got it 15% off, but even that's just the tax.
Oh, I bought them both used. I Kijij'd that shit, and I saw them sit for sale.
I hope you enjoy sitting in a pile of cum.
Yeah, well, they were in the box, but they were just not from the actual place.
So I love it.
There you go.
That is my review of the chair. Good chair. I also have something of a more personal note to discuss, in which I recently, on a whim, decided to spit in a tube and send my DNA off to a 23andMe DNA analysis company in order to find out genetic traits and ancestral background information.
You're in the database now. You know that, right? Database.
I am aware I'm in the database.
And that means that thing that you may or may not have done, or that any other criminal in your family might have done, is now totally, absolutely, you're going to be logged. They got your data.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. No, they got the, who was it? The Golden State Killer or whatever, I think. There's somebody that was like a killer that was like unsolvable for a long time. And then someone related to him did a 23andMe, and they're like, oh, wait, who are you? That's awfully close to the evidence we found on these crimes back then. Oh, here he is. He's an old man now. And they fucking found him that way. So it's pretty wild.
So there were a couple things that I was looking forward to on this. One was, I'll have a chart of my ancestry. The other was that I was a little bit concerned. I was told that my dad had a wild period in his youth, and I was concerned that I would, like, put the DNA in and be like, you have 16 bonus siblings. I do not.
Okay.
In fact, when I punched in my fucking DNA into the family chart, the closest I could get was like a cousin 3 times removed in Alaska. Like, nope, everything is as it appears.
Okay.
And confirmation that Paige and I are not related. Excuse me, sir.
I'm waiting for the butt.
I do have my ancestry results, which are far more interesting. So I am 89% French, which is not French enough for Quebec. I'm 9% British, 1% Scandinavian, 1% Italian, and most surprising of all, I am 0.1% African.
Sure. Hey, well, allow me to introduce you to what we like to call the one drop rule.
See, you know what's funny? You say introduce, but when this came up, I turned to Paige and some friends of mine. I'm like, well, Wooly taught me about the one drop rule, so I'm basically black, right? Is that how that works?
Would you like to take it for a test drive?
You know what? you know, there's something. So, Wooly, I've been friends with you for decades, right? And let's take an example of a good friend of mine that I was talking to about this, my friend Strident. Everybody on my channel knows him. He's the head mod. He's a good guy. And he says to me, Pat, don't trust Wooly. Wooly will tell you basically what you just told me because he thinks it's really funny to trick you. And he's right.
Take her for a test drive. This old butte. You know, get a feel for it. Get your hands on the wheel. Feel the clutch. Feel the shift gears a couple bit.
Nah.
Take her for a test drive. Come on. What if you like it? What if you like the feeling too much? That's you never know.
I can't. Well, if I like it, then I can't stop. I'll just have to do it in secret.
I mean, you poor Punch Mom. You don't even know. I'm just I'm gonna get you one of these days. One of these days,
yeah?
And she's like, I'm not gonna say.
You're bringing in your N-word pass white people trickery.
And I'm like, are you telling me? And I'm like, hold on a minute. What about when you're singing your favorite hip hop songs and no one's around? Not even then. What are we doing here?
No.
And she's like, no, I don't.
Because you never know. People could be around.
What if? We'll see. We'll see.
So I guess I am Dr. Spaghetti now. 1% Italian. That's like a whole meatball, right?
Confirmed. Absolutely. 1,000,000%. And, dude, fucking 9% and you're loyal to the Queen. You're part of the Commonwealth. You might as well fucking get the tea and crumpets out right now.
So here's where this actually leads into the rest of my week.
Apply for a license for that knife.
Here's where it actually loads in. So I was not ready for this, but in the past week, I've been playing The Witcher. I've been playing Live Alive, the remake of Live Alive, and also Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I think it's Live Alive.
I thought it was Live Alive. Damn. Okay.
Right. I can't get an answer because everyone just talks to me in text, right? But regardless, all of these games have voice acting, and literally every single one of them has just an astonishing amount of British in them. So Live Alive or Live Alive has a bunch of characters all over the Commonwealth. Witcher has a bunch of fucking dumbass, like criminal-sounding British people. But Xenoblade Chronicles.
Oh, yeah.
Dear God, Lord.
Yeah.
This is now the third game in the experiment that is aggressive British dubbery. And it is so British that it feels like a made-up fantasy language that these characters are speaking. Like, Xenoblade Chronicles 3 has your lady healer start yelling bollocks, and people are committing, side quest starts with core blimey. Core blimey!
I mean, I think my introduction to this dub world was through the last story, and it was such aggressive British dubbing that they brought in multiple kinds of British. They had they had the Cockney, the Londoner slang, and then they had someone with a Northerner's accent. And
well, they got Ronnie's voice actor doing a Welsh cat girl.
Right. Yeah. That's when they're going hard on it, and it's like, okay, we have to do something that would be the equivalent of like a Southern Texan drawl. What do we do?
People are doing like they're calling people moppets. There's a guy in like a Cockney accent when you see a rare item going, "Oh, that's a fancy doodah, isn't it?" And you're like, "God damn! Wow, fuck! It's crazy."
I was listening to someone speaking. God, what the fuck is it called? Shit.
Scouse?
Breton.
Brett?
Have you heard of Breton? So
yeah, they have 50% magic resistance in Skyrim.
So it's also it's a Celtic province in France, and they speak like a language that is French and Celtic at the same time, and it's fucking fascinating.
Awful.
It's
that sounds
fascinating.
Like the worst thing in the world.
It's you're hearing like you're hearing like the French accent cuts coming in on a completely different language. It's wild. Anyway, yeah.
So I just wanted. It's
funny.
It's consistently hilarious.
Yep. It is interesting that like every time something gets dubbed, there's always a linguistic equivalent in your given dialect of or in your given language of like this is what Hicks sound like and this is what city people sound like, you know.
Yeah.
Osaka Ben versus fucking, you know, or Kansai Ben rather. All that shit. It just like it's what we do, and there's always an equivalent that you can find that'll be appropriate.
So I will say that despite the fact that Xenoblade is going as hard as it can, it's so British at times. It is kind of difficult to understand for me. Like it's like I don't like they'll say a sentence and like I don't know what a single word in that sentence meant. Despite that, Witcher is actually even weirder about it because everyone in Witcher 1 talks with a fucking dirty fucking Cockney accent, right? Just intense. Except for any character that matters. Which is where it gets actually very strange. You're in what appears to be fantasy England, and every random piece of shit on the street is, "Oh, it's a witcher, yeah," right? But anyone with a human name has an American accent.
Oh, that is weird.
Anyone that matters has an American accent.
Oh God, it's like, oh no, if we don't do that, you won't care about them.
Yeah.
Oh
and
God.
Like, it's super fucking weird. It's absolutely fucking bizarre. You can tell kind of who's important based on how difficult it is for like me to understand them. When I walk up to Fat Fred in the goddamn inn and he goes, "Oh, we fought for money. You want yeah. I'm like, okay, well, Fat Fred doesn't mean shit. But if I go talk to, I don't know, the priest, who's the most important person in the early game, he's just got, "Oh, Witcher, I don't know what we're gonna do about this," and it's like, oh, okay, he's like a normal human, okay. Like there's a weird, like subhuman fucking form of average person in the Witcher game where they talk with the British. It's so fucking weird.
I wish other games had the balls of Disco Elysium to just have like a ton of different accents and a ton of different types, you know, that are like just, it's a fictional world with fictional settings, but you're still getting the vibes of like, you know, something similar to what sounds like a French accent, you know, something similar to what sounds like whatever's going on with Measurehead, you know, like I wish that they would have fucking, you know, like make it interesting and not necessarily just like sweeping casts for whatever region and then go like, okay, like make no mistake, I love me some fucking Paul Dobson, some Steve Blooms, Jennifer Hale. We're talking about all that stuff. But there definitely are times where, even with like Mass Effect, I'm looking and I'm going like, okay, so is every single Quarian gonna have the exact same voice, or are we gonna mix it up? Because it seems like the Asari get to have a couple different voices. Quarians are all one person right now.
There is one guy with an American accent in the fucking Quarian race, and he's basically an action hero. And I think that's why he has an American accent. Because he sounds like a fucking drill sergeant.
And Volus and Hanar and all of them. It's like, and you admittedly, KOTOR, same idea, right? You talk to enough NPCs and you hear the same voice actors coming back around to do secondary roles. So understandable limit of your budget.
So here's why that is. It's because the translation chip in your forehead is translating them to accents that would sound palatable to your human brain.
Of course, you're getting Babel fished. Yes.
Yeah. Also, you remember Dr. Michel from Mass Effect 1, the French doctor? Garrus goes and hangs out with her, and you shoot some dudes in her infirmary at the very beginning of Mass Effect 1. The redheaded doctor, she's got an intense French accent.
Drawing a blank.
Okay, anyway. Point being, like, the Mass Effect setting actually sets up that the idea of race or culture in human society is pretty gone because we've been intermixing in space for so long. So there's really just a distinction between Earth, space and Earth, kind of like Gundam. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, you're running into Chakwas and Michelle who are like, oh, there, and oh no, it's like everyone has super intense, like, Earth accents for some fucking reason. Stupid.
Yeah, I would imagine that if not for limitations, they would try to get a couple people to be like, not every Volus is gonna be that, yes, Shepard, like that.
Yeah, every
same
single
fucking,
one, every single goddamn one. That's right. They're all the same. They might as well all be the same guy.
Or just or cast people that are like fucking Billy West style, like just like switching back and forth with multiple voices and just able to turn it on and off, or like Hank Azaria.
You know what actually kind of bums me out? In Mass Effect 2, very early in the game, there's actually the opportunity to talk to somebody about this exact topic.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
But I don't want to. It's a cute little joke, so I don't want to mess with it. But basically, if you run into a Turian on the Citadel, ask him why you don't see any female Turians around.
Okay. I mean, lore reasons, they kind of explained that, like, Turian females are rare because they're like usually doing their breeding thing with the eggs.
There's a difference between the dry codex and actually talking to a dude about it. Also, you're thinking of Solarians.
Ooh, you're right. Sorry, my bad. Turians, yes, okay. Oh, I remember Dr. Chloe. Yes. In the med lab with the thing on the wall. Okay, I remember who that was now. Whoops. Right.
Oh man, I love how your memory went to the med lab with the thing on the wall, which I absolutely also remember. it's got the med kit thing on the fucking wall. Med kit on the wall.
Yeah. Totally. Yes.
All right. So in actually talking about the games that I played, Witcher's still the most jank fuck shit in the world. I might have to restart my save from a little bit earlier because I walked up to a guy and started talking to him, and he started talking to me about parts of the plot that hadn't happened yet. Just immediately sequence broke, like a huge proportion of the main quest, just by talking to a person out of order. That game's a fucking mess. Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Do you remember? You must remember this. When I talked about playing Xenoblade 2, and playing as Rex, and how Rex has his big action moment where he runs forward and goes,
Yeah.
um, Xenoblade 2, I've spoken to people. Apparently, Xenoblade 2 is going for like a kind of laid back or kind of upbeat kind of start before shit hits the fan. But instead, it ends up just being like fucking cringe. Like, I thought the first couple hours of Xenoblade 2 were fucking cringe. Just cringe. Stop it.
What's
What ends
missing
up
the mark?
in Xenoblade 2? The voice acting, the setup, the just all sorts of stuff.
Okay.
In Xenoblade 3, they immediately start you off with war and death and horrible suffering. But more than that, you know what I'm going to call the inciting event in a JRPG? You have your setup, and then you have your tutorial, and then you have your inciting event. Well, the inciting event in Xenoblade 3 is like a 45-minute long, incredibly choreographed, like 8-person action cutscene that goes on forever. And is just stellar. Like, it's like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, it feels like it feels like a big action scene happened, and then I'm watching like an Onimusha intro.
Is each Xenoblade game its own thing? Sort of ish. Okay, all right. Well, I guess I'm like, I know that Xenoblade Chronicles 3 just came out, but I'm like, there's definitely there's more than 3 of those, right? There was X, there was, or was there just like 1, 2?
I want to say that
X,
Xenoblade Chronicles X is completely separate.
The remake. Okay. Okay. All right.
Now, I can kind of tell that they're like the Chronicles ones are somewhat related, because you can see the Mechanus and Bionis in the game's intro, and then they just never talk about them ever again. But I'm going to assume that for the most part, they're totally separate.
Okay.
Aside from that, and aside from the fact that it's a fake MMO game, it's got weird MMO combat that's very satisfying to me. It has better side quests that aren't burning me out so far, and it just seems like a much better, well put together production. On top of that, this is the first Xeno game that I've played in a while in which you get to have robots that actually look like the robots from Xenogears. Like, to the point where the first one you get looks exactly like the Weltall from Xenogears.
Oh,
even
cool.
with the black, blue, and red.
I wonder if the Xeno franchise is going to ever do a fourth, like, reset. Maybe not that...
I don't know.
Because, like, this is like a Nintendo franchise now, right? Xeno Saga was not. So...
No.
It feels like if legally they get into a situation where they got to restart, then they might, but... it feels like they're the kind of... It's like Blade Chronicles is what it is going forward, unless, like, you know... they're not doing it with Nintendo anymore.
Probably the weirdest thing about it, and I felt very justified, because I started it up, and I'm like, well, I played most of this series on and off to some degree, and it's actually like 3 completely different series at this point, maybe 4 if you want to put X in there. So there's actually very little that crosses over. It's anime, and there's probably going to be robots, right? And I'm playing it, and like, the only things that are absolutely must be there is there's going to be a big golden obelisk called the Zohar, which is basically God. That's mandatory. And the important thing, whatever the important fucking thing is, will have red metal in neon green. It is That is the design aesthetic of the thing that matters.
But they can never get any more specific than that because there's three different companies that literally own the
Yeah.
different
Well, luckily
franchises.
the Zohar is not owned by Nintendo. It's an ancient like Kabbalah Christianity thing, so they get
Okay.
to get around that. Um, but so I'm watching it, and I'm watching the cutscene, and I'm like, what's gonna happen? And they pan over to a big neon green fucking thing. And I go, oh, there it is. There's there's the important thing. How can I tell it's important? Because it's the right shade of green. And sure enough, it was the important thing because it was the right shade of green. If you ever wondered why the character Pyra or Pyra or whatever it
Mm-hmm.
is that color scheme, it's because of that. But yeah, it's better than the other two that I played. It seems good. There's a robot. The cast seems interesting, and it has excellent direction. I'm eager to play more. Unfortunately, I also started playing Live Alive, a game that I had never heard of prior to its announcement of its remake. Did you ever hear about it?
Yes, I remember seeing that. Okay, so I remember seeing that name on the list of SNES ROMs that's on every fucking site with emuladores and
Yeah,
juegos. And I remember as well hearing that it was a really cool um, early like version of what was it? What was the successor to that? Because they're comparing it to like FF6 and like Chrono Trigger and
Chrono
stuff.
Trigger.
Chrono Trigger. Um, but what am I thinking of? Wasn't there? No, wait. I'm thinking of Terranigma and Soul Blazer. Anyway, yeah, Chrono Trigger and Live Alive as a thing, but like also the time frame stuff where you're jumping around to different cast members and
Yeah,
like all that was another
thinking
really
of
cool.
Saga Frontier.
Mm, I don't think so. Anyway,
Secret of Evermore.
no. Wasn't there
I
something?
feel like I could tell you the right name and you wouldn't.
No, no. Yeah, I don't have enough. But wasn't? But like, sorry, wasn't there? Because it was.
Octopath?
Okay, yeah, it must be with the multiple protagonist thing where they're like, yeah, if you like
Yeah.
what was going on that. But anyway, a highly respected old game with fucking wild multiple time zones and characters in it and shit.
So, yeah, I never played it, and I kind of never heard about it. Its timeline in history, like, doomed it to be super buried. It came out 6 months before FF6 did in Japan and never got released here in any way. Um, so I started it up, and first of all, it's using that Octopath 2D, 3D aesthetic. It looks very nice. It has voice acting for all the important stuff, which is also very nice. And I can't fucking believe this game came out in '94. It's
Well, this is a remake.
experimental. Yeah, no, but it's experimental now in terms of what it's actually doing.
Okay.
It's fucking zany. You start the game and it just goes fucking pick a character, pick a time period. So I picked present, and all you get is a fucking character going, I need to become the greatest fighter of all time, and kicks you out to a Street Fighter 2 character select screen about who you want to fight. And then
Okay.
you fight 6 dudes and a boss, and that's the whole time period.
Okay.
I never get to move my character once. And there's characters that are supposed to be famous wrestlers or fucking Hulk Hogan or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
So then I go, okay, I'll go far future. And in far future, you're playing what is essentially a 1994 send up of the classic 1976 movie Alien that has no combat at all. None.
So there's a genre switch up in each
It is
thing.
a pure adventure game in like a JRPG shell.
Yeah.
And then like, oh, what if I played the ancient China one, in which I'm playing as a Sifu who's trying to find characters that to train to become the next Shifu. And it's like, okay, well, your main character's completely maxed out and godlike, but the fighting system is built around teaching your shitty party members your moves so that they're actually good. Or you go to ancient Japan, in which it's a stealth mission, and the whole thing is a pure stealth mission. That's fucking
pretty cool.
zany.
That's
it's
pretty
so
cool.
Goddamn weird.
Full-on genre switch.
It is absolutely more ambitious than Chrono Trigger or Saga Frontier or any of the games that it directly inspired.
I feel like, well, because of all the comparisons and those like contemporary lists, you expect an RPG. That's what I thought it was. You know? And then I know...
Dude, I played it for a whole, like, 3-4 hours. I didn't level up once. Because I had a character that only learns moves and a character that doesn't fight.
Yeah, and I also saw this people saying that, like, it gets even nuttier the further on you go. Like, yeah. There's a momentum to it. So, that's cool, man. That's definitely something I'm curious about.
It's absolutely fucking...
Who's behind the remake? Is it just Square internal, or did they get...
I don't know. Live...
RPG Factory to do it or something?
No, definitely not RPG Factory. They only make shit that people think is going to be good and then you don't care about. Let's see. Live Alive, our classic, directed by blah, 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 blah. Fucking, I can't
Nothing
find
about the remake, just info on the original. Yeah. All right. Well.
Yeah. No, the game's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. And I feel robbed that we never got it back in the day. Like, this would have blown people the fuck away. Also...
It was fan-translated, I think.
It was. But, I mean, I didn't know it even existed, so how could I have checked it out?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it's great. I would recommend... if you have any love for classic-style JRPGs, I could not recommend it more. It is so goddamn weird and fascinating. And I was talking to somebody. There's a Wild West, section in which you're playing a gunslinger, and as so, unlike every other character, all of your moves are exclusively super long range.
Okay.
Because your moves are pull out your pistol and shoot someone.
I'm looking at an article here that basically says that this game's remake was made possible due to the success of Octopath Traveler. I guess according to Nintendo being pleased with that. Developed by Historia. Okay.
Hey man, if this seems to be doing well, and if you're gonna use this style to remake one-off fucking old JRPGs, then yeah, keep going. Because this thing rules.
Now that I've done and am kind of willing to do like JRPGs as LPs, and so, depending on whether the momentum of what's going on is conducive to like a long run. There's a bunch of stuff on the list that I'm definitely considering. FF6 kind of made it possible in my eyes to be like, okay, FF6
do front mission. Do it.
Oh, trust me. Like, more than anything. Believe me, I know. I've never been more in love with the first couple missions of a game that hard.
I'll tell you what right now. If you start a fucking LP of Front Mission 3, I will fucking do the other route.
Okay, whichever one we go with. Okay. So, I sat and I had a conversation with Reggie about this, about like which roads to go down, and obviously I don't want to overlap like long RPG LPs like together. And here's the thing.
Yeah, like playing Live Alive, Witcher 1, and Xenoblade 3. That'd be stupid. That'd be a dumb thing to do.
Okay, but you also rotate games. I stick around and finish them, right?
Yeah.
I write it out for better and for worse. Like,
yeah, so for example, for worse is I Somnium 2, which I'm not going to finish on camera. That LP is cursed. I've made no progress in like 6 weeks.
Okay. All right. So let's be candid then, right? Like, that is super sick, and I would love to do that because I want to know, right? I want to know. But would people rather see like that front mission with the double route bit, or would they rather see FF Tactics?
That's tough.
Yeah, a lot of people like FF Tactics. I hear it's a very good game, right? I
think
more people would want to see Tactics than they'd want to see Front Mission 3. So that's where I'm like, well, hold on. If I'm going to do a tactics RPG right now, that would probably stop the fucking show.
Well, no. What you would want to do is you would want to wait until November, and you would want to do Tactics Poker, Let Us Cling Together, fucking Redux, which is coming out with full voice acting.
That's a possibility as well. That being said, like, if I'm just, fucking blowing wads here, like, yeah, I'm thinking about a lot of this shit. There's stuff that I'm not mentioning as well, but I know that, like, that's a classic example of, like, two fucking really great games. I'm way more interested in playing Front Mission than Tactics, mind you. But I do know that for a bunch of people, for anyone who didn't say FF6 is my favorite, those people, their answer was probably Tactics instead, or 7. Like, that's the thing. So, yeah, it's a discussion that I'm thinking about, like, considering, like, okay, when and how and if I should approach that. But it's not lost on me how sick a fucking Front Mission LP would be either.
The problem with Front Mission is that each route is insanely long.
That it is a commitment.
It is. They are like the idea of like, I'm going to do Front Mission. Like, which route are you going to pick? Because no one has the time to do both. No one. They're too long. They're way too long.
And they're so insanely different as well from the jump, like the moment you branch. So, like, yeah, but that's been stuck in my head. It's living in my head rent-free for years now. And some other stuff. Like, once the JRPG and our TRPG door opens, SRPG, excuse me, opens up, there's a lot of things that are worth considering, including shit like I'm like, there's shit that I would never consider, but I'm like, you know what? For example, I am curious to know how good and how solid Dragon Quest is. And like Dragon Quest like 11, for example, or
all right, I'm gonna stop.
I know right here. That they are the formulaic
right
thing, but it's a bit that I'm like, this thing has been going for a long time. There's a lot of them. They're very good, according to the fan base that like sticks on it. I want to know what's going on with this franchise, right? These are all things that I'm considering when I'm looking at the list right now. And
hold on.
And I picked Dead Space because it's also a short thing to jump into while I consider what else is coming up.
Okay. Wooly, as your longtime colleague, but more importantly than that, as your friend, Dragon Quest XI is a game that everyone loves. I even love it. Did I even come close to the halfway mark on my own time? No. Did I come even close to 1/3 of the game on the streams that I did of it? No. Okay, so here's the thing. Dragon Quest XI, more than any game I can think of in the past couple of years, is the ultimate fucking do it, fucking do it, fucking do it. No, I'm not going to watch it. But do it though. Do it. Do it. No, I'm not gonna be there to see it. But do it though.
I see. I see. Okay. I mean, I just after Elden Ring's length, and I was doing aggressive 2-hour episodes, everything is called into question.
No, 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 no. Because Elden Ring is part of the absolute evergreen fucking franchise known as people will watch anything that says From Software on it, no matter how shitty you are. Like it is, dude. I like. There have been times, and I'm streaming. I'm like, I don't know what to stream. I feel like getting some good views. Why don't I just play Dark Souls 2 for fucking 6 hours? Oh wow, everyone will show up to that because everyone will watch anything that says Dark Souls on it until the day they fucking die.
Not all beloved classics are beloved equally.
Well, the other thing is that Dragon Quest XI is just it's how do I put this? The Tim Rogers review of Dragon Quest XI sums it up really well, and it's why so many people in the West don't get it. Dragon Quest XI is to be played on Sunday nights after your bath before you go to bed.
Okay. Before you go into the office the next day to do your salary mining.
That's what Dragon Quest is. Dragon Quest is not exciting. Dragon Quest is not innovative. Dragon Quest isn't even particularly interesting. What it is a fuzzy, warm blanket to wear and feel good.
Okay. I mean, I will say this. I have a memory of Dragon Warrior for the NES that we played a bunch of when I was a kid. And I still remember the pacing of that game and how that went. And I would expect it to be barely changed from that day, is what I seem to hear.
You're right. You're right.
And the other thing is that the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure 7th Stand User LP came to an end because of how aggressive the Dragon Quest-like nature was in that game, and it made the encounter rate unbearable.
Yeah. So I don't know about you, but talking about streaming and LP and all that, the JRPG breakdown for me has basically been solved. And the number one question, and I will just go on Twitter and ask this, does this shit have voice acting? Yes or no?
Damn, that's
is a pass fail at this point.
That is big. That is big, but FF6 had no voice acting.
FF6 is fucking Final Fantasy 6.
So there's more than it's pass fail with an asterisk.
It's pass fail with an asterisk.
There's you know.
But yeah, like I'm like, if there. So here's my heart of hope of hopes. You know that everything in that Nvidia leak came true, like every single thing so far. One of the things on there was a Final Fantasy Tactics re-release, remaster, redo. And I'm just thinking, like, War of the Lions with voice acting be pretty great. Because Tactics Ogre is getting goddamn voice acting, and that is the same writing style as War of the Lions.
Okay.
That'd be pretty excellent. Now, Dragon Quest XI does have voice acting. It absolutely does. What it also has is about 3 hours in between it as you are just good old-fashioned dungeon crawling and overworlding.
Hitting those random battles, yeah.
And to make sure that it's not too tedious for you, you can just put the goddamn auto battle on, which will solve every single fight perfectly for you. So you can just kind of wander around and chill. And yeah, Dragon Quest XI is a great game that I will absolutely go back to when I have time off or something like that. But yeah, it's just
these are all like multi-month commitments essentially. So you know, it's
DQ11 is one of the only games I know of that a friend of mine. Yeah. You definitely want S. It's one of the only games I know of that a friend of mine who tends to go nuts and completionist everything was getting to the end and was like, I am really tired of this 10 out of 10 game. Like I am like exhausted.
Yeah. Okay. I understand that feeling. Interesting. Okay. So, anyways, interesting horizons.
Yeah, I got a guy in the chat saying what the right thing. If you're gonna play any Dragon Quest game, you need to head back down to fucking Yokohama and fucking play fucking Yakuza 7, the best Dragon Quest game.
Of course, actually. Yeah, I where's the lie? So far, I believe it.
It literally does even feel like Dragon Quest. I'm not even joking. But yeah, that's I mean that shit with the fucking the British people. By the way, somebody said you're gonna drop Xenoblade 3. No shit, I'm gonna drop Xenoblade 3. I even said that when I put my schedule up. That game's like 110 hours long of pseudo MMO combat. Are you fucking crazy? But yeah, you want to go check out fucking Live Alive, which I am gonna finish, and more Witcher 1, which I am gonna finish, as well as Xenoblade, and I have the preview code for Cult of the Lamb this week. Go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. Very interested in Cult of the Lamb. I'm very glad Devolver sent me over an early code.
Cool. Quick word from our sponsors. This week, the podcast is sponsored by... is this correct? Let me just refresh the page. Do your thing. Yep, DoorDash. In the business of getting you your meals straight to your door.
I'm pretty fucking hungry right now, so this is a good time to be tempted with food.
Absolutely. They've got the speed, they've got the tech. All you got to do is jump on the app, and just like that, you're getting your food delivered to you straight to your door. You've got the ease of a DoorDash order has been basically, I've been continuing to enjoy that service, and as new restaurants have been opening up this summer, it's been pretty cool to try out some of the latest, which have been refreshing on that list that's been growing. You've got summer savings as well going on during the summer of Dash Pass from DoorDash, with 0 delivery fees, exclusive items, more than 25,000 member-only offers nationwide. Dash Pass by DoorDash is everything you need to make your summer memorable. With a Dash Pass membership, you can save an average of $4 to $5 on every order you place for delivery or pickup. That means on average, Dash Pass pays for itself when you order just twice a month. Members only offers and items drop every week, so you'll have everything you need to make the most of summer right at your fingertips. Shine bright during DoorDash's Summer of Dash Pass and get 50% off your first order of $15 value. Use promo code CASTLE2022. So CASTLE2022 at checkout when you spend $12 or more. That's 50% off your first order up to a $15 value when you sign up for DoorDash during Summer of Dash Pass using the promo code CASTLE2022. Don't forget code CASTLE2022 for 50% off your first order up to a $15 value. Dash Pass benefits only on eligible orders that meet the minimum subtotal. Terms apply. Thank you, DoorDash.
Thanks, DoorDash.
This week, the podcast is also sponsored by HelloFresh. They are all about the farm fresh, pre-proportioned ingredients, getting you seasonal recipes delivered straight to the door, and you can simplify your grocery store trips by removing them completely and get HelloFresh for cooking at home, easy and affordable. This is the way to do it if you want to get that feeling of accomplishment from making a good meal, and you don't want to worry about the fuss of the proportions, what you're getting, whether it's going to taste good. HelloFresh has quick and easy recipes. They got 20-minute meals, low prep, low cleanup, and you got a faster way to get food on the table, so you don't have to waste time picking it out and getting it and figuring out what you want to do. Of course, as usual, they've got multiple weekly options for you to choose from that switch up with the seasons. You've got veggie options, fit and wholesome. You've got your nutritious meals. You got your regular meats, whatever type of diet you got, they have options for it. Check them out and head on down to hellofresh.com/superbeast16. Use code superbeast16 for 16 free meals across 7 boxes and 3 free gifts. That's hellofresh.com/superbeast16. Use the code superbeast16 for 16 free meals across 7 boxes and 3 free gifts. That's America's #1 meal kit. Thank you, HelloFresh.
Thanks, HelloFresh.
Okay, what's going on? Couple things. So, just before we hit the button to go live, we got an update for Project L.
What? Really?
Yeah. They just dropped a little teaser saying, one, confirming Illaoi is in the game.
Yeah! All right!
So, that was my #1 list pick when I was going through the art and the roster and going,
hell yeah!
Who do we make a fighting game character out of? That girl, the buff girl, the buff lady.
There's your grappler. There is your grappler.
With the Eldritch God like weapon.
It's Cthulhu. It's fucking Cthulhu.
With the Cthulhu in the jar. Yeah. Illaoi confirmed right
Dude,
off
she
the bat.
can play like goddamn Aganos. Seriously.
So what's interesting is there's a whole blog article about why they picked her and what the design philosophy is. So they address the fact that League has so many characters to pick from that when it comes to picking them, they're going to be they're going to be very selective about who and what and why. And they want to make sure that like every pick is not just fitting for the genre, but also like addresses a number of criteria creatively that they want to go with. They want them to be not just faithful, but like even more. They want the description was kind of like it's not just about being like a faithful character, but it's about them being like more than they were as in League. You know?
Ruined King, the RPG, also had that going on.
And I think the quote that they went was like, "They can do what? Oh shit! Yeah, of course they'd be able to do that." Was what they want you to say about every character, right?
So it's the only thing that's kind of a bummer, because that roster's gigantic. It's fucking so big, right? And it's like they're obviously going to skew towards older characters because they're more well known,
iconics.
And it's like just because the character's older doesn't mean they're better. There's a bunch of fucking winners.
But here's the question:
ass end of the roster.
Where does Illaoi fit into the new
She's
old?
Very old.
She's very old. Okay, very classic.
Yeah.
All right. I mean,
Darius is there, Ari's there, Jinx is there, Echo's there. Wait, she's new? Oh man, I'm losing my mind.
I don't know. Well, I mean, a lot of the blog article is fluff, but it sounds like the picks are based on this and me being like, I'm very happy about it. Obviously, again, from all the 100 and some odd characters, I was like, I think that's a good fit for a fighting game. It seems like their picks are going to be not just mainstays, though. Like it seems like they kind of want.
Hey, fucking League players have lost their damn minds. Where I'm like, I feel like Illaoi's like old, and people are like, oh, she's like relatively new. The character came out 7 years ago. Like, shut up.
I guess relative to the first version of the game, or whatever.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. So, are Yun and Yang new?
No. It came out in fucking 2002. I want to say no.
99, but like
99. Jesus.
But it's like that's way after the World Warriors and Alpha, Like,
yeah.
So, yeah. I mean, shit. Even before that, if you want to go to a new generation, right? So, '97 really. Anyways, um, the it seems with that whole big long-winded thing about like how they're going to approach the selections, that they might be essentially buttering up the idea of you're not going to just get old tried and true favorites. So be prepared for some fun choices, but it might also like fucking create waves. um but I assume that anyone that is a fucking merch machine like a Timo is just going to be there because that's cash money. Shut up.
Okay, no,
Right.
that's I'm going to tell you right now. That's not why Timo is going to be in that game. Timo is going to be in that game because they want people to fucking scream and break their sticks. Because they need a character in that roster that is going to absolutely enrage every person in the world
It's going to
into
get talked about.
destroying their computer.
Yep. Sure.
By the way, I play Timo.
Okay. um
because
yeah, I mean,
because creating that feeling in someone else is what I live for.
we talked about the card version and then the in league version. So the fighting game version is going to be nightmarish as well, unquestionably.
Tiny hitbox like Yoda with traps.
But they also and they said like, yeah, no surprise, obviously, but it's going to be free to play as well, right? So
Yeah, no shit.
there's going to be some shit coming at Evo.
Hey, you motherfuckers think the cost of costumes in multiverses is high. Get fucking ready for Project L's fucking alternate skins being $40.
Alt skins as the cosmetic versions of
Yeah.
but it's not going to be alt skin characters, right? That's never a thing.
No, it'll be alts. It'll be a fucking
hip hop
Vietnam War Timo,
whatever. Yeah, okay.
or whatever.
Yeah, music video versions of the characters.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that they announced like what was my number one with a bullet when I looked at that list of characters is bodes well. I'll say bodes very well. And I mean, barring anything more interesting, that's like a hard main lock, unless she's got Viper-like inputs or some shit.
Who knows? So she can fulfill 3 different roles based on my experience with her as the League character and the RPG character. She can be the grappler, she can be the Aganos big body blocker, or she can be, unironically, the Arakune flood the screen with bullshit character.
Now check this out, right? And this is why, remember how we talked about when Radiant was making the patch notes in Rising Thunder? They were so honest about them and they told you exactly what their intentions were. That is part of what's discussed in this announcement as well. They talk about her, they talk about why, they talk about all the picks and ideas, and they literally tell you what kind of moves she's going to have.
Oh, she's going to be big body.
She's big body, and they talked about how, okay, if we just wanted her to be faithful, we could have her tentacles come out and harass you at different ranges, right?
That's too much.
And that they had a design that involved her being like up close with a short, fast tentacle, and then mid-range, and then long, slow range, far away tentacle, right? And then and then while you're being harassed with that, she could like come and close the distance. But they specifically tell you, like, they're like, we scrapped that kit because that made the tentacles the main star, and her as a character, it should be about the fact that her god is supporting her strength already. So she needs to be the main thing hitting you, and then if you successfully land hits, you get bonus shit from the tentacle god.
Okay, so loop it into her animations.
Or no, I think more like when you land a hit, like a screen harassing tentacle will come out and be a part of like her offense, but you have to successfully get in there first.
Oh, so instead of Aganos' wall stopping you, it'll be a tentacle slapping your ass as she's pushing you.
As she's rushing you down.
Yeah,
right?
okay.
So the main thing is she's rushing you down, and then her like large god whatever tentacle weapon Cthulhu thing will amplify the rush down and like mix you up and shit. But it's mainly about being a big body rush down character because that's what her design philosophy or whatever is about. You know.
I have to say, so we've been talking about the state of fighting games and free to play and all this future and all this shit, and it's for years. It's too late. Multiverses and Project L are going to grab the free to play spots.
Good.
Like they Multiverses absolutely grabbed the mascot fighter free to play spot, and I don't see anything unseating it.
Good.
And Project L is absolutely going to grab the quote unquote real fighting game spot.
Let these legacy studios look and watch their lunch get taken and wonder what happened, right?
You
I don't
see
know
the numbers on Multiverses?
Of course.
It's the most popular fighting game of all time right now.
Yeah. And like all the Japanese studios that we know and love that make fighting games are looking at this going, but like, yeah, of course. The thing that we're blue in the face talking about. All right, here you go. Mm-hmm. There's your lunch. I got no problems whatsoever if new good things come out and fucking take the money that's been on the table for the last 2 decades. By the way,
I've solved your tactical RPG problem.
I wouldn't call it a problem, but
well, your strategy RPG conundrum. Let's say it that, because I remembered something, particularly about Front Mission.
Okay.
And that's that Front Mission, the first remake, will be coming out in the summer of 2022, which is a upgraded remake of the original game. And I was curious, so I went on to the Wikipedia entry for it. Understanding Front Mission in its entirety requires playing both through the OCU and USN campaigns. They each have their own unique and mysteries, the latter of which is only fully explained by playing the other scenario. And that is due this summer, which is over in 30 days.
Now that is part 1.
Yes.
I don't know if part 1 is at all like
it's good.
Okay. I mean, like 3 hooked me. But like, yeah. Okay. Well, that's worth a look. That's worth a look then. The timing of my picks on shit that's about to get remade is interesting. Though in Dead Space's case, I don't mind going back, certainly.
No. That's going to be a different game. That's going to be a different game. When we're talking about Tactics Stoker or Front Mission 1 or Final Fantasy Tactics, that will be, look, we made the graphics nicer and we added voice acting and, you know, we improved some mechanical stuff. So it's functionally 99% the same game.
Okay.
When you're looking at Dead Space, that's going to be like Resident Evil 4 to Resident Evil 4 Remake or Resident Evil 2 to Resident Evil 2 Remake or something like that.
Okay. So yeah. That's good information. And yes, Project L, more info when Evo drops. We'll see what probably a trailer for Illaoi, if anything. Because right now it's just some artwork.
Willie, I have a stupid question. Is Evo happening?
Not right now, but
is it happening like tomorrow?
It's happening this weekend.
I saw the Purple Sharpie, who first of all, it makes me feel nice when I follow somebody and they go, yay! She does great work.
Yeah.
But I saw her talking about her being a goddamn announcer for Multiverses at Evo, and she's like, well, next week. I'm like, what do you mean next week? Evo's not. Is Evo? Oh, Evo's happening this week?
It's happening.
I just fucking completely dodged all of it. It wasn't, like it didn't exist.
It's going down. I'm gonna try to tune in while I'm on the road, so it's gonna be weird, but it does in fact start this weekend. So,
you think we're gonna get anything more than like a baby trailer for Project L? I'm so fascinated by that game, but it always seems 5 years away.
I think we're gonna get more than a baby trailer. I think we're gonna get. I think there's a panel where they're gonna discuss like stuff in detail. Actually, I think they've been teasing a panel as well as like an announcement trailer. So, yeah,
It's very strange watching that game and them obviously having no like nothing over their heads in terms of hurry, like no pressure, no time pressure.
nope.
It like you don't see games get made like that. It's weird.
Make it good. Take your time, and every once in a while, when people are like, "Hey, what's happening with that?" Go, "Oh no, we're doing it. We're doing it. Don't you worry." You know. And yeah, I think well, with Multiversus, we heard the announcement a while ago, but like, seems like there was, we don't know how things are working behind the scenes, but with Project L, I mean, with ever since Rising Thunder, it's like there's a slow, methodical approach to the way they're going about, making this, that seems like they want to leave no stone unturned. They don't want to fuck up over one dumb little thing on launch. Don't launch with a package that's going to be unhyped, that's going to be too short, that's not going to interest people casually, that's going to have not enough single player content. Don't fuck up with the money. Like, there's just a lot that can go wrong, and people are already standoffish on the genre. It's got to be a knockout from day one.
I just checked Tony Cannon's fucking Twitter, and he's like, nothing coming till later this year. Like, the little video he put out about Illaoi is like all that is gonna happen. There's nothing at Evo.
I thought there was stuff at Evo. Okay, huh? I in the beginning of the trailer for it, I thought he was saying that like we get like Evo's coming up, and there'll be like more there, but in the meantime we're going to introduce this idea or whatever with Illaoi. But
oh, it's Tom, my mistake. But yeah, just yeah.
I thought
apparently,
I must have misheard that. Well, my mistake. Excuse me.
like, the big news is that the confirmation that it will in fact be free to play and will come later. That's it.
All right. So something also that comes to mind here, because I've gotten enough pokes about this that I think it should be brought up, is that numerous people have let me know that Into the Breach on Netflix is actually not a Netflix in-app game, but it is a separate download that is available to you with your Netflix account, that then gets you to download the game as its own separate thing, which has a bunch of new missions, characters, and options and endings, and a whole bunch of bonus content as well.
I have a question about that.
As well as an update to the original version of the game. So in the end, the thing that we were fearing, which was the idea of it being a Netflix Bandersnatch style control it while watching the video thing, is not at all what's happening.
So I have a question. If I'm no longer subscribed to Netflix, do I sign up for Netflix for 1 month, download it, and then uninstall for Netflix, and then
keep the app?
Yeah, keep the app.
I have no idea. It might validate your account on startup.
That's my fucking question.
It might validate your account on startup. I have no idea. But yes, it's not just a Netflix port with all the extra stuff. It's an update to the regular version of the game as well. It's just that the new platform is what's, the announcements are focused on there. So that is a update to what's happening with that.
People are saying it does check your subscription status.
Okay.
What a piece of shit. Just sell it. Just sell it on the store.
You can update your Steam version with the free update for the new stuff.
Yeah, but I want to play it on my phone when I'm on the car.
Anyway, that's the thing. So there you go, addressed. All right. What else is going on? We got to move. There is, because nothing nice can ever happen.
That's right. Ever.
Over at um, the KOTOR remake. The
It's
game
dead.
is paused indefinitely as a result of the Aspire studio heads essentially being fired. The director and the designer this month were fired, and that has led to the project being on hold and no word as to whether that will ever continue.
Yeah, it's not. It's dead.
No one's contract allows them to speak about the situation at the moment, so NDAs are going around. The deal for the licensing rights expires in 2023.
Oh, they're not
So
gonna do. Oh no.
it's been in development for about 3 years, and they do have a vertical slice, but essentially, no telling whether it's going to get back on track as a result of two key staff members getting fired.
So hold up a second. The KOTOR 1 remake is on indefinite hiatus, which to me says dead. And the Black Sun Quantic Dream game still hasn't even started development,
They were
and they don't
hiring.
know what. Yeah, and they don't know what that game is going to be. So it sounds like a good time for third-party Star Wars projects.
Some people that spoke, I guess, off the record said that a disproportionate amount of time and money went into the vertical slice demo and that the project's current course wasn't sustainable,
Yep,
with the timeline especially.
yep.
The game was
So if
supposed
it
to
did
be
come
out.
out, it was going to be Anthem.
The release was supposed to be end of 2022, but the realistic target would be, based on like now, a more realistic target would be 2025. So,
Yeah?
I
You
mean,
think that fucking Star Wars is going to re-up the license for a couple years for a studio that fired its senior staff and hasn't done anything?
I imagine not. But I guess the only thing I can look at here as a like bronze copper lining is like they know clearly that KOTOR is beloved enough to warrant getting a remake. It's just a matter of getting a team to fucking do it. But like it's greenlighting that project is not a pipe dream because it it's there,
You, you know what they need to do? They need to um,
but we can't have
put
nice
a
things.
fucking. They need to put a quest in the KOTOR remake in the new vertical slice where you go back in time to fuck Carth's wife, and then he cries about it, and then you go back forward in time and make fun of him about it, and that shit'll get greenlit in a second. It's fuck Carth.
Um, no, you need a force ability that allows you to mind control and take control of Carth,
Okay,
and then you are in Carth's body, and he's forced to watch, but he can't do anything to stop you.
okay, all right, I
That's
get
it.
it.
It's specific.
It as you're going through Mass Effect and you're encountering Space Carth and Black Carth and all the different Carths over time. It's wild how that one character became like the weird archetype for every single like first party member in every BioWare game. Like every single character that is the first one is always blank Carth.
I mean, they follow the archetype to a T. What can you say? In fact, the most interesting thing about um fucking KOTOR 2 is the not Carth.
Yeah, that's Atten's defined by the fact that he's not Carth.
The not Carthness of Atten is what makes him a great Carth. Yeah, absolutely.
Get that Carth chart up. Want that Carth chart. No, I don't mean birth chart. I mean Carth chart. Carth, new space Carth, smug Carth, fantasy magic Carth, Chinese Carth, new space Carth again, new space Carth again, fantasy advisor Carth, fantasy star sword Carth, black Carth, the other black Carth. And then the bottom of the goddamn list is Biken, who is not Carth. Super likable, better than Carth. Tatami Gaishi.
Biken is indeed not Carth. Can't make that mistake. That is a, yeah, you need a control group, you know? Anyway. Wild shit. So, other things going on. The trailer for Cyberpunk Edgerunners dropped, which is the Studio Trigger Cyberpunk anime. Shit looks hot. Looks like a fun Trigger anime with fun Trigger characters doing fun Trigger things, and it happens to take place in Cyberpunk.
Yeah, Gene and Tim Rogers talking about Cyberpunk I'm making the decision that when 1.6 comes out, the next one, I'm gonna give that game another shot. Apparently, it's good now.
A lot of people have said that it's improved. I heard that too.
Which actually makes me even more like bummed out about the way it released, and that we're watching a game get finished in real time.
Either way, I suspect based on this Trigger trailer, because there was an original trailer, I think, and this is a Trigger version trailer or whatever. I suspect this is going to be the best part of Cyberpunk.
Probably.
Looks like it might just go that way because its defining aspects, flavor, traits, whimsy are all much more Trigger defined than Cyberpunk brand IP defined, which is what I like. So I'm excited for Edgerunners. Shit looks good, and you know it's them doing what they do with like the setting, the aesthetic, the colors, all that shit. That yeah, I mean I'm not gonna go as far as to say that like this style should have been the entirety of like what Cyberpunk was or so, because
yes, say that.
Because I think that Cyberpunk and its art choices are not the issue. It's the fucking rest of the game and the way it launched, right?
Yeah.
So anyway,
it's one of those things. It's like where, like, it's kind of around release, it was impossible to judge the game fairly because every time you started to enjoy the game, it would just shit on you. It's like, how am I supposed to, right? I should watch the Tim Rogers video again.
I mean, between that and the goddamn fucking Detroit Become Human manga, it feels like anime and manga are going to step in to save these cyberpunk genre franchises.
I gotta say that
whatever you call
Detroit Become Human Tokyo Stories or whatever, that's like the shittiest name of anything in the fucking world. Like it's already the name of a fucking city. It should be called Tokyo Become Human, but that's not the fucking brand, is it?
I'm looking forward to my androids sitting under the kotatsu in Detroit. Anyway.
Detroit's a feeling. Detroit's an aesthetic.
Detroit, right next to Yokohama. They turned the Evolve servers back on, and everyone's confused.
Why would they do this?
Because apparently there's a dedicated fan base that like has wanted more Evolve online time, and the weird thing is they've turned it on to give it like another lease on life, but you can't buy the game anymore. It's been delisted, and it's still delisted. Yeah. So the only way to get it is to have it already, or to get your hands on one of the key codes that is already like minted, I guess, but like has not been claimed. So there's like some places where there people still have those, but otherwise, a new player cannot get a copy of the game. So,
You know what? That's fine.
it's just it's weird, but they're turning the servers back on. I think generally, like, I mean, I feel like every time there's a story about a digital game going away, my brain goes towards preservation. But like, it's so weird that a solved problem is now unsolved because of the modern market. The idea of PC games back in the day having a LAN match option where you could always still play multiplayer by having two computers on a network together.
Or, Unreal Tournament 2004 lets you play the entire game with fucking bots.
Sure, you know, that was a solved problem like a decade ago or two, and we're now in a realm where it's like, no, it's actually just we're making these new problems. We're unfixing these things, and we want games to go away once we decide to pull the servers down.
Hey, I have something to say about Evolve. If you're sitting there and you're like, man, I really wish I could play Evolve right now, don't do that. Just go play Deep Rock Galactic instead.
Better asymmetric monster game.
It's just a better game.
Okay.
It's Left 4 Dead with dwarves and bugs.
Okay.
It's just better.
Well, this type of behavior is where it's like, okay, they turn the server back on. That's cool. I would hope that the community that likes it has figured out how to get their own custom server browsing going and just run that shit themselves, because every time you sell a game like this and then take it away and make it so that people can no longer do anything with it, no, fuck you. Mod that shit. Put the community server in. Let them do it.
Yeah, I mean, did you know that if something's infinitely reproducible and can't be bought for money, you can't technically steal it? It's true.
Speaking of community mods, we got an answer to the church in Nier Automata.
Yeah, it's fucking fake, but super cool and really impressive.
It was an elaborate ruse meant to garner attention towards the fact that a team of modders has, in fact, found the way to do aggressive modeling and aggressive mods for Nier, so you can do a whole new slew of shit with their the tools they've created. Essentially, the game had been like you couldn't do anything near what they were able to do up until this point. They kind
of good one.
Yeah. They cracked the code, so to speak, and decided to do it in this way, which, I mean, for what it's worth, not only did it garner attention and become a news story on multiple sites, which when people usually get to this point in a game, it's not at all a story. It got a response from both Yoko Taro and another dev team member, even if their response was just to say no comment.
Yeah, no. Yoko Taro retweeting something that he absolutely 100% knew was fucking fake, going, I can't comment on this. Like, what an absolute piece of shit. What a great thing to do, genuinely. Just because that really got the ball rolling on what is this? It's like, he can't comment. Why can't he comment? Is it like a marketing thing? Is it what is it?
Yeah, no. It other games certainly don't have multiple news stories covering when the modding scene figures out how to do like wild importing from other games and other importing of assets and shit like that. But pretty cool in this case. So we can expect to see a bunch of wild new shit from the fan community for Nier. And then just a couple other things. One, PlayStation announces the Backbone 1. Have you seen this? It is a plug-in device that you put your phone on. It's an existing product that is a modeled after a DualSense controller. Your phone goes in the
Doesn't this
middle.
doesn't this already exist?
So yes, this one is PlayStation specific. It seems in
What's
that
the difference?
um, it seems like the deal is that using the remote play, um, it well I don't know. Could you use like a an Xbox controller on your phone and then use PS app remote play to play your
Yeah,
PlayStation?
totally.
Oh,
It
okay.
looks like it's just a branding thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Apparently, these
I
backbone controllers are quite good and are also available for the Android.
So the way this thing looks is that it's like okay, so then the whole thing is just that it's a PlayStation controller branded version of it that like looks like the stick and inputs and D-pad are like DualSense like. So if
Okay.
so, then it's actually not that big a deal.
This looks like a great piece of kit that you could attach to your Android phone if you want to play PlayStation 1 games and on the road.
Um, I have connected my is oh it's yeah okay so the PlayStation there's an Xbox One version as well that has got a different style of D-pad and although the stick and pad location are kind of in the same place. Okay, so yeah, it's
Yeah,
pretty much just
what's
a
strange is
branding
that the
bit.
PlayStation Edition is only for iPhone.
You can use an Android with a PS app and again like any
Yeah,
X input
totally. Yeah.
controller to sync up and play, right? Yeah, okay. So
hmm
could you also do a Bluetooth device connection from your DualSense to your phone and then
Man, I don't know. I'm never going to use these connected device
um
shenanigans.
I tried it out because basically all you got to do is if you hold the share button and the PS button for like 3 seconds, it does a Bluetooth pairing mode. So then you just do a regular pair and it seems like it works. But if so, then you almost don't even need to go with this. So yeah, all right, well then, fair enough. But either way, um, that's not the only playing games on your phone news, because I don't know if you've heard, but the Stadia social media account is clapping back.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So, the story starts with a rumor that was posted to the Twitter account Killed by Google. And of course, as the name implies, they talk about all the projects that get killed by Google. In this case, it is a long letter that is essentially someone saying that a coworker and friend of theirs um, has recently let me get the wording there. Yeah, a coworker and friend of theirs is now a social media manager for Google, and they had a large seminar in California past weekend, and yada yada yada. They figured out that essentially they're going to be shutting down the Stadia servers, and that there's an exit plan that they're starting to roll out. It's going to go the same way as Google Play Music,
Yeah.
and it'll be a slow killing off of Stadia. So don't be surprised to see it starting to be slowly killed in the next couple months. And that led to, Stadians online getting real worried and asking if this was in fact true, to which the Stadia social media account replied that Stadia is not shutting down, rest assured. We're working on bringing more great games to the platform in Stadia Pro. Followed then by another tweet which says, just a heads up, an old co-worker friend of mine is now one of the social managers for Google. They had a large seminar in California past weekend, and long story short, you can now play Wavetale at no additional cost on Stadia Pro until August 1st. Play, and here's a trailer for Stadia game Wavetale.
Here's the thing.
So they're clapping back. You can't fire shots at Stadia
Here's the
and
thing.
not get lit up.
I
Never
the
caught
way
lacking.
that these companies kill projects, it's not even certain that if it is going to be killed soon, that the people in charge of the social media even know. It's quite common for these projects to get killed behind the scenes, and then you get around to telling marketing when they're done.
That sourpuss attitude is not appreciated by the Stadia social media account, Pat, because the best part is if you go look at the replies to the clapback, the dunk, the epic win, you can
Fuck off.
see the account then congratulating itself to everyone in the replies that goes, "Oh shit, oh snap," and the Stadia account is like, "Yeah, drop the mic. We fucking told them what." Share like to all your friends. Let them know about our epic dunk. so, so yeah, there's like 50 or there's like all these like they're like there's more tweets congratulating themselves on their dunk than the actual dunk, mind you. So
That's good. That's good.
yep. You know what's not a mic drop? When you run
What's
back out
that?
on stage and pick up the mic to talk about how cool your mic drop was.
And then drop it again.
It's good. It's good. I approve.
I'm
I
sure that
encourage
won't
it.
look bad in hindsight. I'm sure
Oh
that'll look just fine.
no. Rage against the dying of the light. Do not go gentle into that good night, Stadia. By all means.
The Americans are very far away. They will never defeat the Iraqi army. They are definitely not storming up the staircase to get me right now. Do you remember that?
Was that
Fucking,
like
it was the Iraqi propaganda minister during the Iraq War who was talking up the Iraqi army as American soldiers are like walking
Oh,
onto
right.
camera to get him.
Okay, that rings a bell actually, I think, yeah.
That dude was good at his goddamn job.
All right, let's take some letters. If you got one, you send it in to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. It's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. And we have got one coming in from how about this? All right,
Hey, hold up.
Sean.
Somebody
says,
asks, "What about Neko arc?" Fuck off. How about that? Anyway, what's Sean want to know?
Oh well, yeah. There's new Melty Blood characters. Neko Arc.
Who
got
gives a
announced.
shit? Go back
hey,
to the bathroom.
Hey, Wolves and Pat. A bit ago, I played through Zombie U on my old Wii U again, and that game lightly fascinates me to no end because, including the fact that it was pretty much an outlier to the trends of horror games at the time. When it came out, it was the closest thing we had to a traditional AAA survival horror game. Limited resources, emphasis on sound design, combat. For a few years, came out at the peak of the action-focused horror RE5-6 style games, and the run and hide combat less horror like Outlast and Amnesia. Pretty much the only AAA classic survival horror until Resi 7 dropped a few years later, not counting indies like Lone Survivor. Are there any games you can think of which came out during a dry spell of games like it? This is...
I want to point out that Zombie U and Zombie, whichever, because there's versions on other platforms now, that game is great. That game is weirdly great, especially for a launch title.
Okay, so because I'm trying to figure out what they're describing here, and it's like on one end of the spectrum, there's the no fighting at all games like Outlast and Amnesia, he's saying, and then there's the tactical, crazy Resident Evil, do all your moves and suplex the zombies games.
Yeah, no, there was an era in which survival horror became action horror exclusively, or what I'm going to call panic horror, which is no ability to fight back at all. And there was
Okay.
actually no survival horror games for about 8-9 years.
Which are the in between, which is you can fight, but you have limited resources.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, I think that's a very unique situation. I'm not sure how many like in between games for other genres come to mind, but I know that like Battle Fantasia came out as a 2D fighter on a 3D fighter on a 2D plane before others really did, minus Slap Happy Rhythm Busters, in a era of like more or less MK Deception, the Deadly
Yeah.
Alliance, and so on and so forth. So that's a weird in betweener there. Um, Adventure games kind of like
They had a burst and then they died again because everyone
Telltale
remembered
Walking Dead one.
they don't really like adventure games, and they played a bunch of them. Are like, oh right, yeah, we
It
don't like
feels like
these.
they went away and then Walking Dead 1 was the next big one on the map, but they did make
Yeah,
like Sam and Max before that, and so
yeah.
there was stuff.
Unless you're Japanese, strategy RPG gets one game every 5 years.
There was a period in which there were no Phoenix Wright games coming out, but they did put out Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law.
God, that was strange, wasn't it?
Yeah, we tested that. That was a big one. And it was a court game. It was a like Phoenix Wright Light.
And there's obviously Street Fighter 4, which came out when fighting games were dead.
Well, I think the point of this is the in between before the return and after the
Yeah,
death.
horror did split into two different directions, but I can't think of many other genres that split so hard in either direction. And then there was nothing back in its original state. Horror keeps everything about the horror genre is terrible and is fucked up, and no one's ever happy.
Fair enough.
Oh, you know what's a good one? Fucking classic style computer role playing games. Like like the CRPG went from Baldur's Gate to KOTOR, but then it went to Mass Effect, and now the company that makes your CRPGs is making goddamn shooters that they tell you are RPGs, but they're not. They're fucking shooters. Until you had stuff like Pillars and Divinity and Pathfinder come out.
All right, let's take one over here from Naoto X10 says, "Hello, super fuck beasts. Today,
Hey Rachel, what up?
I'd like to tell you about my very embarrassing moment at a recent con. Guesting at the con was Takahiro Izutani, who I wanted to get an autograph from one of my on my NGS4 case. When I got in line, he was tabling with someone else. Turns out it was Harumi Fujita, who worked on the Mega Man 3 soundtrack. Didn't know who she was until I didn't know who she was, and muttered it to myself. Someone standing behind me in line heard my muttering and said her name and said she also worked on MGS4. So when it was my turn, I asked for her to sign my copy as well. She shook her head, and the helper at the table informed me that she worked on Mega Man, and I hurriedly got my autograph from Izutani, shook his hand, thanked both, and ran away. I wanted to pile drive the guy behind me so bad.
You fucked up.
See, the mistake there
Was trusting some dickhead.
Yeah, and not pulling out your phone and doing a quick Google before your turn to confirm the information because you were set up to fail. That's embarrassing. Both of those people will remember that moment indefinitely as the time that someone botched the signature request. And yeah, that's all that dude's fault. And that's going to stay with them. That shame is burnt in.
I can't believe Naruto X would do this.
Naoto X10?
I said what I said. Good old Naruto X.
Okay, well, clearly you do know this person as that is the correct
I
name.
do.
But...
We hung out at that MagFest.
Okay.
They're great. But that's fucking embarrassing.
To this day, they're probably still telling stories of the time that girl asked her to sign the wrong game. All right.
Like they're drunk at a bar going, these fucking people come to the sign. I worked on Mega Man, god damn it.
These kids don't know shit.
And also, this lady did the music for Mega Man 3? Should be worshipping at her goddamn feet. That soundtrack's incredible.
Here's one from Azzy. Hey, Universal Bloodsport advocates. It finally happened. My nephew stole my card and spent $120 on V-Bucks. I had an account on his Switch so I could buy him games, but purchases are locked behind a password. For some reason, it seems like Fortnite is the exception to the rule and allows you to buy things willy-nilly without even prompting you for a password. Why does Epic allow stuff like this to happen? I'm sure the prominence of this is happening and getting more and more frequent.
Because they ended up getting $120.
Yep. So
that's why.
I mean, that Apple lawsuit shit like just makes me think of, you know, they started that beef with Apple over the V-Bucks to begin with. They want those fucking V-Bucks no matter how scummy they can get them. They want children to mash the button. I'm sure that they have a backroom deal going with Nintendo if every other game is forced to have a password. And usually I noticed that, like, yeah, microtransactions in like other games I've played push you into the store loop, which force a password or a login depending on your account settings. If Fortnite gets around it, I guarantee you that's because they have a compliance waiver. Like, there's no way they're going to be the exception to the rule with no other game following suit. It's because they're Fortnite. That's probably why.
Yeah.
And one more over here. Random fan says, hey, Wooly and not Wooly. Found this Reddit thread that you thought you'd get a kick out of. The summary is that a corporation had a party in Alabama at a plantation with period-appropriate themed outfits. Enter the lone black employee of the company who jumped at the opportunity to dress as a slave and attend the party.
Yeah.
The images posted show a woman looking in complete horror as the guy at the party showed up dressed that way, and the party was canceled swiftly. Images attached. So there's a Reddit thread.
This reminds me. God, is it an Eric Andre bit where he and some like another guy on his staff dressed up as fucking slaves running away from the cops, and they would like crash like Civil War reenactment fucking, you know, those nerds that go out and do the Civil War?
Yeah, the reenactment.
It's like yelling out like, don't forget about slaves!
So, at a glance here, there's a whole thread and an AMA with the dude who did it and everything. Fucking fantastic.
Oh, it's Key and Peele? Perfect.
Excellently well played on this one.
I love the look on this dude's face that I like.
Yep, he's deadpanning it in every photo.
Oh, that's so good.
And the awkwardness around him as people are in their Victorian era or whatever outfits and just dressed up for the period appropriateness.
Because it was the good old days, you see.
Yep.
Back when everything was simple, and you'd go down to the manor, and you'd see Mr. Darcy, and Mr. Darcy would tell you that he wants to marry you. You go, no, Mr. Darcy, I can't, while the slaves are toiling in the background.
Yeah. That's the period-appropriate plantation party slave. I mean...
That's a great alliteration, too.
Yeah. I think the thread
Halloween's coming up.
The thread is called "Company Throws Corporate Retreat at a Plantation in Southern Alabama with Period-Appropriate Costume Ball. Only black guy that works for the company shows up dressed as a slave." This is
great. It's great. It's exactly what you think it is.
Beautiful. Excellent.
That's good. I like that.
All right.
Well, we're not gonna top that. Okay, we're done. Long week this week. Long show. Enjoyed the show. Did you enjoy the show?
It was fine.
Great.
All right.
Okay, goodbye now.